They done told me to be myself, so when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then be true to who I am ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we drowning victories like we in high tides. I'm not getting my prize, only thing my eyes is locked in on $500,000 mine. I want it right now, don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes, cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life, odds low, but we did it, dang we. And we always moving, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill, this life's ideal, the hype is real.
We know it, it's just the way we live. We own it, cause that we love the thrill. We know it, it's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids.
Welcome along to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 from a Spodek that, yes, is different to previous years, but somehow it is amplifying the pressure. It's making it almost more intimidating out on this stage. And yesterday we had the chaos of the quarterfinals. Today it's all about the pageantry of the semi-finals. And we have 4 teams today here in Poland, in Katowice, playing for this trophy, for the chance to be in the grand finals tomorrow and to get their names inscribed on the front. Of those 4 teams, we have the reigning champions. They ain't gonna let the crown go without any form of a fight. We have this new Franco-Serbian alliance, which is playing with fun. They seem to be unbeatable at the moment. We have the Swedish legends. No one has won this cup more than them. And then we have a player on the team who seems to be the best in the world. And he did something yesterday with a bomb that nobody could explain to me how he did it. That is who is playing for this trophy. And if we're talking semi-finals, let's get them underway here in the Spodek in Katowice. Please welcome to the stage those Swedish legends. It's Fnatic.
It is definitely Fnatic. This Swedish squad and brand are in the business of putting Scandinavia back in the spotlight with Counter-Strike. They've done it here multiple times, and even with familiar faces. They tore this stage up back in 2016 and again in 2018.
Spot on, Trace. 4 of these players won in 2018. Crims, JW, Flusher, and Golden. Now they have a 5th element to that one as well. That's Brolan, and he's a superstar.
They are taking on a team, in their own words, who are playing with fun. They have a player on their team who is back to his best. Taking on Fnatic here in the first of our semi-finals, it's G2.
G2 has had to endure quite the period of evolution. Just in this event alone, they survived 100 Thieves, they survived Mousesports, and even North American powerhouse Team Liquid. They will have the real opportunity here to set a tone for dominance with their foot in the door in 2020.
Counter-Strike has been in the Spodek since 2014, and that man, Kenny, has been eliminated in the group stages 5 times. On his 6th attempt, he's able to get to the arena with ease. This international roster is looking hot.
Looking hot to trot. That is what we're looking for right now between these 2 teams, and I'm pretty sure that this semi-final has stacked its way all the way to the top. Fnatic and G2 is set to deliver right here, right now, today.
It is going to be one hell of a match. I have no doubt about it.
Right, let us talk to our in-game leaders before we get this underway. Nexa, first off, you are playing with fun. We heard Kenny say that, or as I like to call him, Kenny's. He's playing with fun. How do you get him to do that? How is that your game plan?
I don't know. We just clicked as soon as I came into the team. Him and me, we have this connection. I know what he loves, and I know how to make him comfortable. So, yeah.
And what is that connection? Talk me through what that connection is.
I don't know. It's just like a bond. You know, we get each other, and we're very good to each other, and you know, it's like a friendly atmosphere all the time, and he feels comfortable with whatever I tell him to do. So that's why it's going well.
And the fact that we heard from Sponge, it's crazy. A player of Kenny S's stature has been knocked out in the group stages here in Katowice 5 times before. This is the first time he's made it to the knockout stages. This is exciting. Does that ratchet up the pressure on you?
Well, it's my first time making it here as well, so maybe there is a little bit of pressure, but you know, seeing as there is no crowd, sadly, maybe the pressure is a little bit off.
I think the pressure's still going to be on. One last question. You're playing Fnatic. How do you stop getting shot through the smoke?
We don't throw smokes.
Ah, there you go. Golden, we saw you play yesterday. It was a great matchup, you against 100 Thieves. What did you take from that performance that you could bring in today's match?
Finished the match much earlier and much cleaner. I felt like we were it got out of our hands when we got 15 rounds, and today we're just gonna play it safe.
You guys are going to play it safe because we've seen you be so aggressive over the years. That seems to be your game plan.
Yeah, I mean, that's our identity, and I mean, every team that plays us, they know they can't do whatever they want.
How do you stop a team that isn't playing with any fear? It seems like they think of something to do, they do it, and they are doing it at the moment.
We do it back to them.
They do it back to them. Right, let's get the first semi-final on. Shake hands if you want to shake hands. The hands are shook. The first game is ready to go. Wherever you're watching this from, let's get it on.
The ESL Pro Tour is in town, ladies and gentlemen. This is Katowice, Poland. This is the Intel Extreme Masters, and this is our first semi-final. G2 taking on Fnatic right here, right now. We know the maps. We know we're going to Inferno first. We know we're going to Dust 2 after that, and then Train should we need to go that full distance. But, gentlemen, these two teams seem like they got the fire underneath them to get this one going.
Yeah, and Inferno's the first one to kick this off, right? And that is going to be the pick of Fnatic there. A map we've seen them play plenty of times. Yesterday, if we reflect our minds back to the 100 Thieves game, they had a really rough time closing on that T side. They were trying to abuse the Arch side of the map, and they were getting through time and time again, but JKS was able to save the Thieves from defeat there. So I'm curious if Fnatic are going to have that same approach on their T side, you know, if they're going to be still trying to target that side of the map, or if they're going to come in with something a little bit different, because historically these guys are one of the best mid-round teams on Inferno that I've ever seen.
I'm afraid we're not going into that game, right? We're not going to see Fnatic in too many mid-round situations, because I think G2 is going to apply a lot of pressure if they were to start on that CT side. You look towards some of the players in that lineup, Nexa, Honda, Amanek, and Kenny S, all very aggressive players. You know Kenny S, he likes to roam around with AWP. You know Honda, he's a very aggressive rifler. Nexa is an in-game leader that leads by example, and he takes matters into his own hands as well. Fnatic, they need to be alert, because they're going to be applied a lot of pressure from G2 from the get-go.
So for G2, this pressure you're talking about is a very dynamic CT side, right? They're always in motion, they're retaking parts of the map, and they're doing it in pairs. If Fnatic are able to, first of all, identify where they're retaking information, they're really good at reacting. They can find that gap and then from there spiral and be able to take a bit of territory. That, for me, is going to be the bigger focus. But if G2, like Jacob's talking about, are able to just push forward and get multi-kills, then maybe it'll look like the first half that Fnatic were putting on 100 Thieves yesterday and just beat them down.
You know what? I'm a bit afraid that the skill level of G2 is too much for Fnatic to handle.
Okay.
Look at it, right? The top-rated player in the tournament right now is the in-game leader of G2, Nexa. He has the highest rating out of everyone playing. Golden, he's a great in-game leader, but individually speaking, he's nowhere near the level of Nexa. So that right there, that's definitely something going to favor of G2.
What do you guys think about the symbiosis that Nexa is describing to us between him and Kenny S? Do we feel like that's going to be a powerful duo to watch out for?
Well, it sounded like Nexa was the one calling all the shots, but I'd say Kenny gets to pick and choose wherever he wants to take that AWP. Maybe they just have a nice little friendship going on there.
So Kenny's wearing the pants is what you're saying?
Well, I would hope so. The man with the AWP, you want to see him wearing the trousers. But Brolin was the youngster. We got him on your screen right here. Yesterday, he did struggle. He did struggle in that quarterfinal. Now, they still got to cross the line. It was overtime games, but I think if he shows up today, then they can avoid those overtimes altogether.
I would definitely agree. Just to touch back on that whole Nexa Kenny S thing, I think when you look at it right, Kenny S may be one of the most skilled players that Counter-Strike have ever seen. If Nexa can just get him in on Deathmatch server, get him to practice and put in the hours to the game, I think we're seeing right now what Kenny S is able to do. He's a player that has immense talent. His work ethic has not always been the best, but it seems like he's found that back in this version of G2. I am right now very scared on the behalf of Fnatic. I'm looking at 4, maybe even potentially 5 players from G2 who can definitely match them in skill. And what I've seen so far, G2 has a very strong fundamentally understanding of how to play aggressive Counter-Strike as well. Fnatic, they need to show up today, otherwise I think G2 is going to run away with it.
I don't have the exact numbers in front of me right now, but I know G2, when they're down a man, their stats aren't so good. They do struggle in those 4v5 situations, if I remember reading rightly.
You're actually not right, because they're winning 59.3%
in
of
this
their 4 versus
tournament
5
or overall?
in this tournament.
I was looking at overall.
Overall, maybe
yeah,
you're right, but in this tournament in particular, they've been super, super good at playing 4 against 5.
Yeah, and I also want to make sure we throw in the fact that they did get the beat down on 100 Thieves in, 5 rounds over 2 maps. So they're going to have inflated stats, right? If you look at their overall, if you look at since this team's been together, one of the things which I think, I need to go double check, that they've been struggling with is the 4v5s.
Where do you guys place players such as like Amanek, for example? Where would you put a player like Amanek in terms of how this could all go down?
I mean, he's currently the 5th highest rated player in the tournament, so he's been having a good tournament so far, and he's so aggressive, right? When you watch Amanek play, he likes to take duels, he likes to be the guy going in first, and he creates a lot of space for the Kenny's, for the Nexus, and for the Jax to work. I think right now Amanek is potentially the most underrated element of this G2 lineup. I think individually speaking, he's one of the best players on the server, and he's about to show us that right now.
Well, hopefully you are all settled in just snug as a bug. We are ready to kick this semi-final off. Fnatic and G2 are ready to go toe-to-toe, in which one of these teams will be moving on to that grand final tomorrow for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020. Kicking it off on Inferno, Dust2, then Train, and also kicking it over to our commentators is what I plan to do in this moment. We have Moses, we have Anders, and we have a hell of a matchup on our hands.
I really can't wait for this to get underway. Big welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice 2020. G2 versus Fnatic in a best-of-3 to decide who gets to go to the grand finals. Fnatic starting on the T side, G2 on the CT side. So bring all of your friends and let's get this on the way. And Jason, already, we recognize this setup from G2 on the CT side.
Yes, indeed we do. I mean, we've been seeing this frequently. We've touched on it. A lot of 1-4s going on, especially here on Inferno. There's no Molotov. There's nothing in middle to really block off any kind or split the attack. It's just a couple of flashbangs. But you have to imagine, if there's any noise cue at top mid from Fnatic, that's going to be a pop flash peak. And unfortunately, as these gambles often go, the B-bomb site is the target, and therefore you're attacking the one player. You're attacking just Kenny S, who will not really be able to do anything. Hopefully gets 1 kill and hopefully survives.
Yeah, just is in quotation marks here. Just remember that at home. Still 1 minute and 7 seconds. They're going to be smoking it off. He actually wants to try and body block it to see if he could create a little bit. He could look over it, but he's very exposed up here. Crouching down. They still should be able to see him. I'm fairly sure they can see the top of his helmet there, but let's find out. He turns for the flashbang, what he thought was a flashbang. There's a little bit of 1 instant headshot. That's such a good move. Now, everything else is just cherry on top. They can go for the retake. They can try and see if they could do this and maybe get a chance to stop Fnatic.
And Fnatic has to set up early for the retake. They've actually pushed towards CT spawn. No one's covering Banana. That's a must-win fight, and Nexa has it. Golden finding Kenny S, but now it's on. 3 players coming up Banana.
Yeah, and they have 1 flashbang there on Nexa and a defuse kit. Can they set it up nicely? Then might be all they need. Oh. Running a shot from Jax. Krims a bit out in the open, a bit of an off angle, and Jax will continue taking down Krims as well, leaving Golden in a 1 versus 4. He's already got the 1 kill, but he's gonna have to try and ace them while stopping the defuse that's already coming through. Golden, and he's not gonna be quick enough here. I think that defuse is a second away, and Golden, he gets 1 more shot, but that was too much to handle. He'll try and see, he'll get the ace at the end, but it is not enough to save them, and G2 will win the round.
Yeah, that is, everything went well for G2 to win that. Kenny S with the opening pick, playing it passively from there, a little bit of extra damage, but mostly just falling back and helping to protect construction, helping to maintain a presence for that flank to eventually come into play. That was a huge, huge performance, and Golden, you got to feel for him. 5 kills, I mean, that's a rough way to lose a round when you get an ace in that fashion. Nothing he really could have done, though.
No, and I mean, we could, we could apply a lot of sort of retroactive analytics to that one and say, oh, what could he have done to make it different? But if you're in that scenario, you do what you can. If there was another 2 seconds on that defuse, then yeah, he aces and wins the round. So definitely not on Golden that one. Brilliant play overall. And Fnatic getting close enough that, that's almost a bit of a coin flip in that round. Actually, it's nice to see that G2 actually win the round in spite of the stack, because we've seen that go, the way of the T's almost instantly in other games on Inferno when they have that 1-4 setup in the pistol.
Still, the danger's not out of it for G2. Fnatic have a pretty good clip of converting the second round after losing the pistol, so
yes,
we'll see how they're able to manage this one. It's going to be possible, especially with those creeks. Krims has the Galil. Little bit of utility, which makes this B hit still very dangerous. It's just enough to make a solid attack. There's no Molotov for Coffins, no smoke for Coffins, but those flashbangs can do damage. Now the question becomes, does G2 read the silence across the map behind this smoke? This is going to get stalled out for another 14 seconds or so.
I think they're going to try and boost over. Now, if they get the kill, that's huge, because otherwise, Both Nexa and Amanek on the other side had 2 smokes and Molotovs as well. They're trying to see if they can just burst their way through. No sign they were coming, and that's an instant opening to the B-bomb site. That's so well done. Kenny trying to swing to win a fight there, but that's a very, very deep smoke indeed.
They started that attack before even putting the smoke down. I thought surely they would have at least thrown that and gone with it, but they just wanted the power. They wanted the surprise factor, and they're going to get a round out of it. They're going to tie things up. So it's a 50% clip of them winning that pistol, or the second round after losing the pistol, and that's going to keep rising. Again, Fnatic have success there. And that is such a sick way to initiate attack. We're going to see a lot of that. We noticed it yesterday, just so you can keep an eye on it as a viewer. Fnatic has, a lot of teams have started adding this in, and I notice it most in Fnatic is these executions, when they start coming through smokes, there's flashes thrown with them. So when they're popping out of the smoke for the defenders are forced to stay looking straight at their opponents, and that's when the flashbang is most effective.
That was a great example of it. What a knockout. And if they had not done that, they would have lost around like 99% of the time, because I think that smoke that they were flashing their way through, that was put up at around 55-ish seconds. They had another smoke and 2 Molotovs behind that. So if they waited it out, they could have waited pretty much the whole round and would have never made their way through. So that was the way to try and get there. Great call from Fnatic. That's perfect.
Also, a nice timing in that boost over. I mean, that player on the left inside the site, he's going to have a nade out to be able to just counter, and they just hit a timing where none of the defenders are prepared for it. Good shooting from Fnatic. Golden eats some nade damage. We have to say, after such a good pistol run as well, remember, Golden was stellar. Delayed take a banana for the CT side. Golden's blind. He can do nothing. Good trade from Flusha. But again, utility from G2 is pretty solid. He's brought down, and he's dead now. He's dead for sure. Launched up almost over the gate.
They did say that they would try and, not throw smokes, and turns out HGs are much better against Flusha. It's a good call. Doubt they can stick to it, but still. They're up a man in this round, but down in terms of the weapons. No armor on Amanek.
Yeah, but look at this passive defense. If G2, this is kind of one of those rounds where they almost have to be just because they don't have the firepower to match it, but look for that later on in the gun rounds because Fnatic is going to love these passive defense. They love creeping up towards lane, towards rap side, and just taking open duels, especially with the Kriegs.
Smoke's being put out. There's Brolan being flashed through. Hoping to catch Kenny. Not going to be quite able to. Now they're all the way over at the quad side and pit, while actually they're moving up. So there could be a B split here, but they're going to get flanked fairly quickly. Look at Kenny already moving out with Jax. They know that something is amiss here in the middle. And Amanek and Nexa, they just have to buy time over at that B-bomb side. That's really the only thing that matters right now. Just try and stay alive. 25 seconds left. P250 here at the back, and Amanek, he's not got that much to work with either. So just the pistols defending B at the moment. And there comes the flank. Crim's turning.
It's the bomb. It's over.
Oh, you're right. That is the bomb. That's even worse. What a pick to find.
Yeah, for the second round, for how convincing it was and how aggressive it was through the smoke, this one they get stalled out. They're waiting for Brolan to wrap all the way around, but at some point, they'd never had the information that mid was being cleared by G2. So nice proactive defense from G2, wanting to go find the information and turning it into the game-winning play.
That is such a good illustration of, of the kind of basics that we want to see on Inferno. I mean, this is a bit of an exaggerated version because they keep pushing mid, but even seeing that it's mid, even going there to find out late in the round, that's huge. We just broke another player record, I believe. I can't remember what the exact number is, but something high up there.
934,000,
yeah.
I believe I was told.
So chances are we've got some new viewers as well who aren't used to watching Counter-Strikes here. We like to see that kind of a tactical thing. If you're on the defensive side, you can't just stay defensive forever because you've no idea what the attacking T side is actually doing. So G2, they take that guesswork all away. They go look, they see no one on the A side of the map, and they decide to go and be aggressive. Flusha in the middle of a lake of fire. But it's the MP9 that will bring him down.
He was so trapped. Brolan up mid. There is one in Cubby. Brolan won this fight a lot yesterday towards that half wall, and JW is going to go down for free. He might get Kenny, but Hunter surely going to take that. And there it is. Saw the shoulder first, prepared the whole way. But now Brolan's put into play, missed his opportunity. He comes back for another. He knows there's one in pit, dinked already, but he can still challenge for the fight. Hunter moving up along the wall. Brolan again, a great read. He flicks over so quick, and now Pit is exposed, and now it's taken over by Fnatic.
That is disgusting by Brolan. He should have been dead. He was dinked. You said they knew he was even, and still he was quicker with that creep. Crims, that's an easy shot on Nexa, and that leaves Amanek 1 versus 2. And the bomb was not planted yet, but He's got almost no health. He's got no kit, no grenades or anything. Yeah, he needed to find someone, sneak in a kill, and at least make it a one-on-one. When the bomb goes down, he might just try and gun for it anyway, but this will be a very tough fight to win. And Crim's in the perfect position. Fnatic, they bring it right back, even it out at 2-2.
Back and forth, a seesaw game to open things up. Fnatic coming out on top, and that's what I was talking about, a passive defense. Someone like Brolin is going to eat them alive. This is just so bold. He gets dinked immediately, but he knows, like, if we're going to win this round, I have to remain aggressive, and those are some phenomenal shots with the Krieg.
Yeah, because the shot that Crim's got originally from Boiler, well, that's the sort of just click mouse at one and you get that kill. But Brolin, he was looking the wrong way. He was aiming in the different direction.
With only 13 health.
Yeah.
So fair play. Got that young man reactions.
We do talk about that, don't we?
There's the smoke for the car. They do throw smoke. Somanek. Another nade as well. Pretty good job, I think, from G2. I mean, the unfortunate thing that it's 2-2 is that G2's done a good job in Banana when they've had presence there. It's 2 rounds now with guns where G2's been able to find some kills, at least trade some kills, and come out with at least a one-man advantage. Just not able to convert it in the 5-on-4. This round should be a freebie for Fnatic. Everyone has rotated and gambled towards the A bomb site.
Yeah, and you understand the way they were trying to sell that even.
Yep.
One smoke, one HE, but, you know, just hoping that Fnatic say, actually, let's not.
Well, JW is going to have some attention. Chance to stat pad a little bit. He pre-fires hearing the footstep. There's a second. He holds the trigger, third and fourth. And he's going to back away. Does not want to lose. Does not want to have to rebuy. Reloading the AK-47. And it's Almanac. Is he going to give up the ace? I think surely JW is going to find it, and he does. All 5 for JW. Golden had an ace earlier in a loss, but that's 5 rounds where 2 players on Fnatic have gotten aces, which is unlikely.
That's how you want to start a semi-final, though.
Does it count as an ace if you lose the round?
Yeah, it still counts.
Okay.
We'll give it to him. It's fine. I think if anyone, Golden deserves it. He's been putting in the work. 2 aces in 5 rounds. Yeah. If that's the level, if that's where we start building from in this particular semi-final, which it could be. I think both these teams are so fun to watch. There's not going to be a boring match no matter what. No one is going to start playing slow and scared Counter-Strike. It's going to be aggression, and it's going to be a lot of it here. Flusher, yeah, well, you see it running through the smoke with a MAC-10. Powerful way to find an opening. A little bit scared with the MAC-10, but no one's going to challenge him. And they're back with a 4-man setup over at top middle. So let's see if Fnatic run into it. If they don't, and they just surprise Amanek, which again, we've seen one good flashbang can do it, it's going to be scary.
Well, Fnatic struggled to bust up aggressive mid strategies yesterday against 100 Thieves. This time, just the Molotov, just the utility usage forces all of G2 back, and look at their utility. This pressure is going to force a lot. Actually, both sides. A minute remaining, and each side only has 2 smokes. This is going to be a brawly round. That's a good peek from Kenny. As fast as ever. 4 players here to defend still.
Nice to see Kenny hit that shot. That should be one of the super weapons they have on this team. He gets Golden mid-air, trying to escape. That's a brilliant shot once again. And JW and Flusher, yeah, they got the mid control, but they got picked apart waiting. And they actually were waiting. They were set up. They were expecting G2 to come and retake it. They just couldn't win the fight against Kenny.
I like that G2 kept up the pressure, stayed in those positions, especially considering 2 player on each side, so no reason to fall back. Tough part now is even with this 1-man loss, there's still an opportunity for Fnatic. 1 player in the bomb site. If Kenny misses a shot, Jax can be in some trouble. Kenny can also get smoked off. JW has that in his hands over in Halls.
You're absolutely right. That actually is a bit of a problem. He's going to use it to try and get out from on the balcony there. A little bit of a shoulder peek, and Kenny was ready to take one more. Nearly connects with that one. 5 seconds left here, so JW can't actually win the round. Could still do some excellent damage, but that's not going to be a feature either. Nice triple for the French sniper. 3-3, so back in the hands of G2 now. The economy, I mean, they survive with quite a few members there, and that's going to help them out a lot. No bomb plant for Fnatic.
No, not at all, but they should still be able to put some weapons out on the board. You're going to see an AWP in JW's hands. He liked taking picks up Banana with that op in their game against 100 Thieves. We'll see how he decides to utilize it here against Kenny S and the rest of G2. This time far back looking for a mid-peek. And are we going to see this duel? Kenny knows they still have money, perhaps not willing to risk his own op.
There was a time, I mean, early on Inferno when it actually would be, you know, the CTs challenging the Ts down the middle. It happened a lot, and then it went away almost overnight.
The oppers were so dominant back then that it was
I think people also just started looking at the raw stats for how often you win it. I remember talking to Sonic from Astralis about this, and he said they had actually crunched the numbers for Device doing it, and it just wasn't working out. So maybe that information just slowly spread. Now we see the run boost every once in a while, which is still very enjoyable.
An off angle for Jax to peer into a narrow corner, and it's a good thing he moved out of it, because Brolin, suspecting, goes for the pre-fire peek. Could have been deadly. Again, an attempt at top mid control. Molotov from Kenny S is going to slow things down from Fnatic, but he's smoked off, and they're going to change their position. Kenny S with the AWP was spotted in the previous round at mid. Now he's going to head over towards the B bomb site, which is exactly where the attack is headed.
They have no defensive grenades on B. I was almost panicking and losing my mind when I saw Amanek alone there. Now it's Kenny moving up close, but there's the whole team on the other side. Fnatic, yeah, this is, oh no, it's not even a kill. He can't make it back around the corner, and this UMP, it can't stop the entire Swedish lineup. There's absolutely no way he can do this. They're coming for him. Golden to open up on Nexa as well, and suddenly, yeah, the round has just disappeared. I think even if Kenny gets that kill, they still probably lose this round. That's so hard to hold.
I think the unfortunate thing for Kenny is if he actually keeps swinging, if that player doesn't run into his crosshair, he peeks wider, and he probably grabs one that's close up to him, which means he'll have the time to fall away. Yeah, if he took a shot at a player that's very far back, not realizing they were close around the corner, and no time to run away. Fnatic is on the hunt. Jax wants nothing to do with it, and that's a pretty tough round for the economy of G2. It cannot sustain that loss. Jax at 0, everyone else, 3 other players around 1,500. They'll get some money, but I mean, they can choose to force up likely in this round, but that would be a big risk. It's still very early in the half to make that kind of a decision. I have to imagine we're going to get a timeout from the G2 side.
Yeah, because this game is so back and forth and G2 can't build up a really strong economy, they keep getting into these weird positions where those B players don't really have the utility to be able to defend well enough. Again, if you're brand new to the game and you haven't been watching that much Counter-Strike, you know, a simple test you could try and do at home. Amanek, who's anchoring that B bomb site most of the time, when he gets around that 50-second mark, just check how many grenades he's got left. If he's got just flashbangs, that's a problem. I would say if you can save at least a smoke or a Molotov, one or the other, at something like sub 40 seconds, you're starting to look a little bit better. Things are more reasonable. But if you're forced to use them or you just can't buy them because of the economy, that's a big problem on that B defense.
Yeah, but it's not a big problem at all for Fnatic. This is exactly the state they want you to live in as a defense on Inferno. This is the kind of hell they want you to experience, where you have just enough money to have the powerful weapons and some utility, but not enough to really have a very powerful defense throughout the entirety of the round. And that is going to open up options for Fnatic, you know, later on. That's when they have a free glimpse into the B bomb site with a Krieg or an op. That's when they have the free glimpse over towards the broken wall at the A bomb site.
It does make their life so much easier. Grenade gonna go into that corner, but doesn't really touch Flusher all that much.
No, but Flusher got beat up a couple times by those nades flying over towards those logs, so just notice how he's kind of adjusted his positioning in Banana. So that gamble, ooh, Jack's gonna get traded. No, that smoke is confusing. He does get it, Brolin, but he's dinked for his troubles. Not bad from Jax with the only gun. The problem is, it cannot be salvaged unless Hunter wants to risk a lot.
There was a legitimate shot he could have even had the double. Yeah, I mean, that would have changed the round. Now it's down to crazy pistols, which on Inferno, that CZ75, the rate of fire on it could be really good. They've gambled A a bunch of times. Now they're back to gambling B, and Fnatic have gone B a lot, so maybe it makes sense here. Nexa has got an HE grenade. That's one of those things that, you know, it shouldn't do a lot, but there is a kind of a confined space if you end up running into B, and if it lands in the right spot, slow people down.
Hunter needed that kill, because Golden's going to clear out the A bomb site. He's just going to be like, wait, you guys don't have to go B. Don't do anything just yet.
Oh, they're going to push.
Yeah, they're going to push. Flush is ready and waiting. There's the first kill. And Brolin's got his back as well. So this is just going to fizzle out. Nice try from G2, and Fnatic have a 2-round lead.
Some heads-up play from the Swedes. Not even gambling a bomb site. Not saying, you know, let's flip a coin for it. Golden actually checking. Yeah, this moment here, he even switches. He just wants to run. Wonder if that would have, I mean, I think they would have probably had a good chance of winning the round. Auto shotgun on Jax. That's a classic.
He's our auto shotgun man, isn't he? We've always had like one, at every era of the pro scene, there's always been someone who's our shotgun guy. And at the moment it's Jax, previously on BK. He's taken the title away. Let's see what he's got. Now, Hunter just played in that position in the round previous. So Fnatic might be aware if they do head to halls. Utility exchange in Banana. Here come those nades towards logs again. Golden eats some damage, but the flashbangs are just so perfect. Golden sees it all. Good headshot onto the first, and he spotted a lot, and Brolin doesn't check it twice.
Man, didn't even get a chance almost. 4 versus 3. Deep breath now on G2. This is such a critical round. They can't let Fnatic keep going. We talked about this all day yesterday. This particular Swedish lineup, once they start to feel comfortable, once they start laughing and smiling, it's bad news. So shut them down early on in this half and make sure they can't get into it properly. And with this 4-on-3 lead, I mean, especially keeping the rifles alive, getting that G2 economy built up, there's so much. I think a lot of this first half is going to be dependent on how they get out of this round.
Mid control for Fnatic. Kenny's going to push up. There is an Opper holding the angle, but they all missed the opportunity. JW trying to equalize. The flick's not quick enough. He's got to back away.
That's kind of cool. Again, flashed in from pit to try and retake that control. Flusher does go down. And Kenny, oh, if he could get the AWP. I wonder if JW even wants to try and just maybe almost throw it away, pick it up for something else, hide it somewhere.
No, he wants the economic damage. I don't mind him keeping it.
Yeah, but you could just pick up another rifle, couldn't you?
Well, 14 seconds, he's just going to back away and hope that no one's hunting him. I like this continued aggression from Kenny. Flusha didn't expect him to continue pushing, and JW doesn't even want the fight.
Yeah, he's right.
So, 5-4, one-round lead for Fnatic. Another bye coming in for the Swedish side on offense.
Yeah, well, not going to be given over.
And you have to be happy if you're G2. Finally, they can breathe a little bit easier, at least for one round, because the money's still going to be tight, but at least they have all their nades. At least they're going to have all the kits they want. At least they're going to have all the weapons and the Molotovs and the smokes. That's a powerful shot to the head.
Yeah, that's the range where that auto shotgun really, you know, does a lot. Once you get into medium range, no one actually understands how that functions anymore. Long range, sometimes you can get a lot of damage, and again, no one knows how.
It's like the podbot shooting. Krim's got
There's a reference.
There's a reference and a half. So many flames. JW's burning. It's spreading right on top of him. And look at the exchange of utility dump. And actually, Fnatic throws that Molotov that forces Amanek away from the nades, but he's so blind. Forces him away from the nades, but right into the flashbang. And this is brutal. 3-man stack means Hunter is still here. Low HP on Golden. He's going to go down surely to that nade, but he backs up.
Can't believe he's still alive. Normally, we don't want the defense to be, you know, that much sort of one at a time, but I think that catches Fnatic off guard. They keep thinking it can't possibly be more people around this corner, and more keep showing up. But now the defense for G2, in a 3-on-3, it's all over the place. That's another attempt at a bait, throwing the smoke behind Hunter.
Yeah, but joke's on them. Golden doesn't have the HP to be aggressive, so he's just got to sit back and hold the line. You're right, that third player, G2 brought over, so he can spend his utility, which allows the anchors to keep theirs. Now, if there's another flashbang, Hunter's probably going to cry. Krims has one.
Oh, they're going to almost, it looked like they wanted to try and maybe boost on the other side there. He does spot it out, and at 40 seconds, yeah, Kenny doesn't want to rotate back. Smart call from Hunter, just saying, don't come, I've got it under control, I'm up here. And now, under 40 seconds, going to try and see if they can get that mid-control. Kenny, the timing is so good for that peak, and he lines up all three! That could not have been better. They hear the sound of that AK ring out, and they just can't really turn in time. That ties it up 5-5, and now there's a huge chance for G2 to really make a run at it here. This could be big. 3-peak. This is so good.
I like that. We've seen it now with the AWP. We've seen it with the rifles a couple times from Kenny. He's had 2 fast flanks when they take control of mid and he pushes down. So, I mean, I really like how Kenny's playing this middle portion of the map at the moment. He's got that AWP, and this time he might actually go for a peek. He's going to go back for it. Yeah, he's got the AWP. He knows it's such a weapon advantage. He just wants to take off the head of Golden. Narrow miss. Again, 2 Molotovs and 2 HE grenades rain down Banana from the defense, as well as a deep smoke.
This is such an opportunity, again, for the G2 side. If they can come out alive with enough weapons, then, again, they could end up with a very good first half. I think Fnatic are actually probably feeling quite confident, having already 5 rounds. T side, that's a good starting position.
It's a good place to be at this point. All you need to do is add 1 or 2 onto it, and you're feeling great.
Ooh, Flush is going to be throwing that flashbang from middle, isn't he, when they all show up in the apartments. That is, I just love that idea.
Only if he can get there. You've got
Only if he can get there.
You've got Nexa peering down Banana. pretty aggressively, and he's actually just going to go towards Rap side. Actually, this is pretty aggressive from Golden with that Deagle. Jack sees it. He pops up for the fight. He's actually taking some damage as well. Nade in. Fnatic's going to back off. Now a smoke. 40 seconds on the clock, and Fnatic have to change their point of attack.
Yeah, they get deflected from that side. 30 seconds. Flusher still thinking about it. I was going to say, it's the only tool they have to do anything with, so it's going to have to happen sooner rather than later. 20 seconds now. Flashbang in the air. It does a little bit of Jax, but I don't think quite enough, so it's worth an attempt. But yeah, you need the defense to be in a particular configuration for that to be really effective, and behind that wall down there, good cover. 6-5. G2 make it out with every single rifle alive. They're looking like they're making a pretty sweet comeback at the moment.
Well, they've won 3 in a row, rounds 9, 10, and 11. And that's the first time in this half they've been able to string any rounds together. Their first 3 were just disjointed with that early back and forth. But now the big thing is they can actually just run the gamut in the rest of this half as well because they have the money. That's the biggest thing that prevents CT sides from building momentum across 3-4 rounds, is not having the nades, and they're going to feel much more comfortable. Again, only 2 players to defend. They didn't bring that third over, so all the utility is used early, but it does work. Flusha down to 11, and Kenny's got a pick on the other side.
He shot him through the wall as well, and Brolin goes down. Flusher wasn't in that tree corner. He was actually, they sort of bounced him off the wall this time, so even changing their trajectory a little, absolutely can wallbang that, and that did a fair bit of damage. Good idea, but still a 4-on-5.
It's essentially a 3-on-5. Flusha has to be passive with 11 HP. He's only got a smoke, so he'll sit far back, let the rest of his teammates do the work. And I think for Fnatic, knowing you saw that aggressiveness from Kenny S, knowing you saw some presence in those A-hulls, you're going to fall back to the B bomb site. Up banana we go. Standard set piece. And Kenny, again, last time he tried this, it didn't go well. He needs that close peek. He needs to find Golden, not the players from behind. And it's deja vu. It's the same exact thing all over again, which has got to be frustrating, but they're still in a good position to win the round.
Yeah, they are. Just keep it cool here. A little bit of a flashbang for Amanek to maybe take a peek. Oh, Crims! That's a stunning headshot to take down Amanek behind the coffins, and still a 2-on-3. And again, as you said, Flusher is at 11 health, which is about 10 more than he needs to be dangerous, so never ever count him out. 30 seconds as the bomb goes down. Crims boosted up here, and Flusher's crouching past the smoke, out of the range of that HE. Actually did about 2 damage to him, so still got that 8 health that he needs.
They can't help each other in any way, though. Crims is going to have such a tough time. This one's all on Crims.
We'll see what happens. No more grenades either. He's set up for it. A couple of flashbangs rain in. They have a Molotov as well, and if that lands on Crims, he's absolutely done. Flusher, oh, instant headshot. That's a good pick off there. They take their time, they set it up, they use the grenades they needed. Good round.
I have to imagine, normally that Molotov is going to go all the way into the back corner at triple, but I'm assuming Crims turning from that flash and re-scoping in gave the audio cue to the flanker.
Oh yeah, that could well be.
That's because that Molotov into that position, you better be convinced someone is there.
This is a powerful shot coming out. So, twice now for Kenny. Now the thing is, you want to say
I like the play.
I like the play as well.
Yeah.
But you could be tempted to criticize it, but there is, again, we're talking about what a dangerous and powerful team Fnatic is. That's a way to take away some power from them. Like, take that initiative. It's just twice it's been a little bit unfortunate with the timing, but
yeah, I was going to say, I mean, in his defense as well, I mean, he's turned that corner twice now and he's had 2 players exposed. The first one was like a shot through the wall, so it didn't kill him. This one, he missed the opportunity, but it's that close-up player that you don't quite swing wide enough to see.
And there is a danger in leaving Fnatic to their own devices out there. Just letting them execute, letting them set it all up, absolutely can be risky. Kenny now all the way on the other side of the map. Only pistols and a lot of grenades, though, on the Fnatic side. So I think they're going to try and do the same thing, the waterfall play, but they get caught before they even get there. I'm pretty sure they were going to have JW flash them in from the middle or smoke them in from the middle, and it just never even happens.
Man, I love seeing this Kenny S. This is now, he's been in Banana, he's been at the B bomb site, we've seen him in middle, now he's in halls. This is exactly the way an Alper should be playing Inferno.
And Kenny used to be one of the all-time best AWPers on this particular map. Had I don't know, like a couple of years of absolute confidence dip and just not able to, for a variety of reasons, seeing him back this way. Yeah, I don't think many people maybe even thought that was going to be possible.
Well, now you have the strength. I mean, Nexa and Hunter coming into this team has been an absolute revelation. Just adding that extra power. And obviously him and Nexa, as he spoke in the pregame interview with OJ, talking about, you know, kind of bond he has with Kenny S in terms of in-game, knowing what he likes, knowing how he plays, and it's showing. Kenny S's performance have just been getting better and better in this G2 team, and they are looking so dangerous. This tournament might well be the revelation that G2 is a team to be feared again. Flusha, just doing Flusha things. Trying to lure someone into something stupid, having a good time, reading a comic book.
That is still one of my favorite pictures. There's only like 3 people in the broadcast, Jason, that even knows what we're talking. And I'm one of them, so.
Did it for you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it's fantastic to see. Heartwarming to see Kenny play this way.
Listen, you want to hear a crazy stat that we just got passed along? So shout out to the stats guy. It's been 1,666 days since Kenny S made the finals of an IEM event. That was IEM Gamescom in 2015.
Wow.
Which, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that was one of the fun formats where you get like 3 lives. So, listen, it's been a while. Almanek's got an opening kill, delivering Kenny closer to that next grand final at Intel Extreme Masters.
Well, that would be something if he could actually make it. What a great, that's a great historic throwback. I enjoy that. Yeah, Amanek winning the fight straight up allows them to put 4 people at the A-bomb site at somewhat of a less risk. He's still playing over. They've still got a smoke, and as long as he keeps jumping and not challenging and just waits to put the smoke up, it should be all fine. Fnatic going to try and see if they can take a little bit of mid-control without hopefully losing anyone, because then they can start to build their way back. Again, 5 rounds is pretty good for the Swedish side, but obviously they would love another one just to see if they could get it in here at the end. He can build a little bit more. Hunter sneaking in a kill. Golden going to be a bit upset at that one. And they're still sticking in the corner. No Molotovs to burn them out. Kenny coming through with the kill before he goes down. But yeah, that mid-control not being allowed. That's what we saw earlier. Whenever Fnatic try and hang around there, G2 come and find them.
I think the big key to this G2 side so far, whether it's the op from Kenny S, able to pick off Fnatic players swinging around corners going for their duels, or whether it's just multiple bodies and utility at the point of attack, Fnatic have not had a whole lot of success in the later stages of this half of finding openings. And we said that was going to be critical for a team that likes to play more intuitive, more individual, find your open fights. Fnatic's not finding those because G2's just shutting it down immediately. They've controlled Banana very well at the start of these rounds.
Yeah.
They've been great and proactive in middle. And when they're not aggressive in middle, Kenny S has an op that's getting a pick. So G2 now, I mean, what? This is a 6-round run from 5-3 to 5-9.
It's worked out very well for them all of a sudden. And I think this is a good template if you wanted to figure out and you know, just have a way to build a CT side on Inferno for. It's so cool to watch. Because there are so many other teams that we get to see nowadays that they end up playing so far back in on that A-bomb site, they never know what's happening at top middle, and as a result, they get surprised. They end up stacking the wrong bomb site and not happening here. Grenade, ooh, it could, yeah, that's so much damage. They had armor and it still almost blew 4 or 5 of them up.
Now they have Kenny with the AWP, this time not being aggressive, so the health matters a little bit less. And he's got the support of Almanek, who's waiting in the far back, waiting in dark for Kenny to take a shot and drop away. Just one flashbang to force him off the angle. Kenny might get caught again. Oh, that's a great recovery. And Almanek gets the other one, allows him to fall back into safety. He does eventually go down, but Almanek and Kenny S have delivered a man advantage in this round 15.
Bomb attempted. Oh, through the coffin. Golden never stood a chance, and they needed that bomb plant to happen instantly. Now, Crims is on it instead of 2-on-4 in the afterplant here for Fnatic, and they just don't even know where to stand right now. G2 coming in from every single side, and it will be one more round. 10-5 at the end of the half, favoring the G2 lineup. Jack's pretty high up there, but it's Kenny topping the scoreboard at 15-7.
Yeah, Fnatic had a good start to this half. They were starting to run away with it when they had the economic advantage, but as soon as G2 got the money, they came back with fury. 10-5 in the favor of G2. This isn't over. We'll be right back.
It's just the way we live. It's just the way we live. We want it. 'Cause some we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We want it.
Do I just knock or what? What do you think? I feel like they're not ever gonna... Why are you wearing your sunglasses inside?
Bro, you know I got a drip, bro. Then we going to the studio right now.
Snack time. I didn't... Okay. You're welcome. I feel like that did nothing for my career.
Hi, I'm Dave.
Dave premieres March 4th on FXX. Next day, FX on Hulu.
We both know there are Nazis here in America.
We would bring God's justice to them.
How did Nazis get into the States?
They were brought here. This is the greatest mass conspiracy in our nation's history.
This is bigger than anyone realizes.
No one knows where it comes from. It's the fighting spirit. Ready to fight whatever shape the battle takes. As long as there are battles, there will always be Marines.
Hello. I saw you move in and I wanted to welcome you to the neighbourhood with some homemade biscuits.
Oh, that's so nice.
And a little tip, Geico could help you save on homeowners insurance.
Oh.
Cookies?
Biscuits.
Is there a little nutmeg in there?
Oh, it's my mum's secret recipe.
You can tell me.
It's a secret.
Is it cinnamon?
It's my mum's secret recipe.
Call Geico and see how easy saving on homeowners and condo insurance can be.
I'll come back for the plate.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters here. It's the first semi-finals. G2 and Fnatic, and G2 off to a very good spot. They had to really fight for it. They almost lost that economic edge early on in that first half, but 10-5 going into the second half is great news, but the moment you think that you've put Fnatic away,
it's the moment
lost.
Yeah, they want you to be thinking that. They want you in that mindset. Fnatic have had some heartbreaking comebacks. This is going to be awesome. Fnatic on the CT side now starting it out on defense. Down 5 rounds. CZ on Brolin, a little bit of utility as well. And an 8 on Golden with the kit. JW is going to see nothing, but he's got to be careful with his timing. He's so committed. Oh, that is really brutal. That is the double-edged sword that is JW throughout his career. He likes to make plays like that.
And again, you almost want to pause the game and ask Jax, how did you know that was the exact moment to just go for the peak?
I think he was remaining quiet in case there was a flashbang to a peak, and it just worked out perfectly for him. But
well,
yeah, it could be a question.
They're going to go for it. Immediate execute in a 5-on-5, 4-on-5 here. Golden somehow hits a shot on Kenny. The bomb being planted on the other side, and they make the jump over to avoid any more shots through the smoke. They are playing Fnatic after all. Golden still trying, and he's almost succeeding. They're going to triple up on him. They're going to go. That smoke is going to fade, and they're all waiting for him. And down at Banana, Jax is saying no one is retaking from this side, so they know where Fnatic are coming from here. 3-on-3, and Flusher comes through with a headshot. He wants more. Brolin to help out, and now it's Jax smoked out. How could he stop this? They're lining up in front. They're just guarding that bomb deep.
Oh, he's got him!
He actually shoots him in the back of the head. They're going to get back on the bomb. Jax, one more bullet will do it, but Fnatic will get the defuse. He almost had it. What a way to kick off the second half.
It really even was just one more bullet, a one tap for that final kill, but in a losing effort. That's so close. Fair play to Jax, returning the favor through the smoke, 10-6. But Fnatic, that's going to help so much with the early economy, and OJ warned him there was going to be some shenanigans with those smokes. Flusher does a great job on this retake, and you have to feel for Jax here. 17-5, he's having a game.
He's fired up, even after losing that round. You can tell quad kill for him. That's so well done.
Oh no.
And now they just power through to the next round. They get the bomb plant down and they go for the upgraded rifles. And Brolin is alone at this bomb site with not a chance in hell. They're all coming for him. He's going to get the one kill, but they're flanking around. He actually does pick up one more. Hasn't even reloaded yet. This shouldn't be happening. They had him alone in the bomb site. Now he's hiding inside of the smoke and he's going to have a chance to reload. Backup is being called for. What a turnaround. This young star has actually managed to bring his team back into this round. Now Golden is hiding in there and they don't even know it. He gets the kill on Amanek and now it's a 2-on-2. And Flusher, he's waiting inside the smoke on the other side. A jump pass, Flusher comes out and Hunter will barely win the round. Once that fight got started, it didn't even end for 20 seconds.
I mean, two really smart plays. Brolin obviously just kicks ass that entire time. The fact that he's able to keep Fnatic in that is a miracle in itself. Golden also taking up his position of his fallen teammate was really, really intelligent. But this is now 2 rounds. The pistol round and the second round, we saw JW and Window. Now we're seeing 2 players peek down mid. I'm not sure the logic from Fnatic. Obviously, we have the benefit of hindsight, but you have to know a plant in the pistol round and a losing effort for the T side, you're going to have Kareens on the boards. You don't need to take that fight with a scout, with a FAMAS, whatever it was.
Yeah, they died so quick I didn't see what they were carrying.
Exactly.
You're right. I think that's a fair point. I wouldn't even say that's necessarily hindsight. Definitely, it fits the Fnatic style of being aggressive and trying to punish. You know, even when you're on the CT side, just keep on the fight. But it absolutely backfired.
They do at times feel like they just want to play two T sides, 2 offensive sides.
Yeah, that's
3 players at top mid for the moment, but it's Deagles. Brolin's got that SMG, which as we saw in the previous round can work wonders. Karim's waiting, hoping for a shallow peek from Jax. It's not going to come just yet. Flush is rotating back though, so I mean, there's 3 HE grenades here. 2 HE grenades in middle.
Fnatic won some truly disturbing rounds against 100 Thieves yesterday with pistols. That, again, both those maps were overtime. Some of those rounds can really make a difference. Nice grenade into the middle. That's going to at least do a bit of damage. That'll really help out when you only have pistols. Even doing 20 damage with a grenade is not bad. Second one, less effective.
Yeah, Flusher was hoping they would step forward after that initial nade so he could have one that was perfectly placed. Obviously didn't pan out, but Fnatic doing a good job. At least Golden calling his teammates away, saying stick over at the A bomb site. Pop flash peek for Krims. He wants the information. He's got it. He missed the chance for a kill, and now he's going to stand his ground. He's got one. Dropped next.
That's only 12 seconds. They have to go right now, and there's still people on the bomb site. They might have made a huge mistake here, G2. Flusher going down, and they find JW. Can they get the bomb plant? I think they just barely have it. Brolin trying to sneak on through, and he can't stop the bomb from going down. A second more, and he would have had it. But G2 will live through the round. A triple kill from Kenny. This is so close.
Brolin might have got lost in the pressure, though. He could have just swung and ignored the player walking towards small pit and stopped the bomb plant. Doesn't go for it, but you're right. G2's riding a really fine line there in that round.
That flash peek at the quad corner, if that's the bomb that drops on the floor, if he actually gets the kill with Deagle the first time around, it's pure panic. I don't think they can actually win the round anymore. That is as close as it can get.
Breathe easy, as everyone's excited. Another timeout being called from G2, and I respect that. That's like, guys, that was the gimme. That was the one you get per map. We cannot let that happen. They were far away when that even begins with that low of a time. It's not like they're trying to get into the bomb site and there's only 10 seconds. They're at top mid.
Yeah, and this was a huge talking point yesterday, right? You leave that door open for Fnatic, and it's bad news. Ask 100 Thieves how that works out. So, yeah, I mean, this was the time where they shut it, and it was close, right? They had their fingers in the door and everything. They were ready. 12-6, 19th round. Fnatic's economy not going to stand up to this next round here. So a single flashbang and a lot of USPs. And we'll see if they can get a couple of kills. Should obviously not be anywhere near a round 1 here. Flashbangs are good, but not that good. G2 taking it very cautiously.
I would too. 6-round lead. And listen, it's going to be the same circumstances in this half as it was in the previous one. As soon as Fnatic start being able to afford an AWP on JW, the nades and Molotovs, this T side is going to get very difficult and very restricted for G2. So they need to be careful. And this comes down to exactly what Golden said in the pregame for Fnatic, is we need to close games out quick. G2 need to close this out. Yeah? You liked it?
The flashbang and CT spawn.
It's just like we don't need it. Could probably use it at this point.
Yeah. Running through without one. They got the kill on Nexa. Flusher. Happy to take the fight for the smoke. That is what he does. It's his thing. But he needed a better weapon for it.
Call it flushing.
He's just happy to do that all the time, isn't he?
13-6. First round with rifles.
Has anyone ever made just a highlight reel of Flusher shooting people through smoke?
A compilation?
It'd be a very weird frag movie because you just, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, if you put it to like Linkin Park or something, it's gonna sound just as cool. Like
maybe
the old school stuff.
Maybe you just make it you just Photoshop smokes in front of all his kills on one.
Now that's a look. That's a movie. JW with the M4, 1 kit on Flusha. 3 Molotovs, all 5 players with smokes, so not bad for Fnatic. Fortunately, Flusha, the only player with full set of utility and a kit, had to drop down to the UMP to be able to afford that.
13-6 seems bad, but how worried should they be, Fnatic?
I think if they win this round, they're just fine. If they lose this round, then you're starting to feel desperate. But certainly they're going to give themselves this one comfort of a gun round.
I look forward to seeing if they're going to be aggressive if they start to get back into it. That was one of the really fun things to watch when they were playing Inferno yesterday. Just the constant pressure that was being applied, even when they were on that CT side. Yeah, this one is a bit more of a conservative round from their point of view, and it makes sense, again, just given the gravity of this current economic situation here. 50 seconds on the clock. Crims, nice pick-off. But on the other side, JW losing on Archway, and that means they're being pushed inside of the bomb site. Hunter nearly getting the swing and the kill there. Amanek trying to do it, the speed behind the MAC-10, but they're not checking for Crims, and he could buy a bit of time. They're shooting through the wall, and he ran out of bullets. Deep grenade. It does land on a couple of people. Can they actually bring it back here? They need this round, Fnatic. There's Golden. Nice kill, and still no bomb planter. 2-on-2 that Fnatic could absolutely win, and must.
Nexa was so patient coming off the balcony. This play from Hunter is very risky. Those smokes, when they start to fade, a bit of a coin toss. And he actually might double up with Nexa. Okay, getting together, perhaps wanting to get aggressive, but it's against Flusha. Certainly he reads it, but the smoke clears. Immediate kill for Nexa. Out in the open, he's got Golden as well. Nexa shuts him down, 14-6, and G2 have a stranglehold on Inferno.
That is a great fight to be winning. You know, in-game leader versus in-game leader towards the end. Instant headshot.
We highlighted Crims in our Vodafone View segment before the game began as a player to watch that needed to perform.
Yes.
He was incredible yesterday. He's 6-17 at the moment. He's having a very rough time. We talked about the experience of Fnatic and how much of an edge that could give them over G2. The 3 most experienced players on this team, Crims, Flusha, and JW. So many trophies, so many major trophies between the 3 of them, and none of them are in double digits just yet.
G2 have actually found a way to make them quiet, to not make them have the impact. And they've really had to fight for it as well. There's so many of these rounds that they're close. It seems like Fnatic are about to take over, about to win some of those clutches. And it's G2 doing a fantastic job here on Inferno. Obviously, it's map number 1, but it's a map that Fnatic are very, very comfortable with. And they have almost nothing to fight with. Scout, MP9 for Mars, couple of deagles there on the Fnatic side. It's not looking that comfortable right now.
And yesterday they used this smoke and boiler to allow JW with an AWP to get aggressive and peek down mid. Well, I mean, with the Scout, he doesn't feel nearly as confident in doing that.
It definitely doesn't seem worth it, does it? Counter Molotov coming out. Still have 40 seconds on the clock. Golden's alone over at the B-bomb side, but no one's really been bothering him at the moment.
He's been alone at the B-bomb side for most of this game, and it hasn't mattered.
Yeah, they've just been waiting. Right at the corner, a quad here. Going to try and see if they can retake it with not that much time left. That would be cool for Fnatic. Again, if they could beat the timing, it's all they really need. Nice return as Hunter does go down, but at least Jax will pick up that one. Roland finds an angle near the hay cart. 20 seconds as they jump into the bomb site and knocking out Flusha. That's a disgusting kill from Jax. More bullets than he would have had to kill in the pit as well. 14 seconds now, and they just plant inside. They don't even clear the bomb site. They just run in and put the bomb down, and Jax flying through the smoke. And that bomb is ticking quickly already. JW gets the kill on Kenny right away, and Jax and Nexa, they're actually trapped inside of here. 2 versus 3. Fnatic need this round more than anything. They want a chance to fight here for map number 1. And Jax, he's not even scared. He's just up on the box looking for the fight at every angle. He's been so crisp already. He gets one, and he's ready, and a quad kill. What a round from Jax yet again. He's 22-8.
He's tied with Kenny S at 22-11, but Jax delivers another round. The opening to get into the bomb site in crazy fashion. The close right at the end as well. And JW, just not enough HP to confidently take that peak, to take that fight. This one was a good kill.
Yeah.
Jump into the bomb site was something wild.
Yeah, literal jumping jacks. Just actually can't believe it. 15-6. Again, close rounds, 2 versus 3s. The kind of rounds that Fnatic love to steal away, and they've had plenty of chances.
The kind that they thrive in, the kind that you normally see them coming out on top. That's their bread and butter. That's where they've won and lost their championships over their history. Crims, wrong way at the wrong time, and Jax gets a freebie. That's the mid-pressure cleared out, and that's going to probably prompt Fnatic into make some kind of a play. And again, we just mentioned the previous round. Golden has a lot of rounds where he's been able to sit at this B bomb site untested on his own. He's going to get tested, and he's going to get just steamrolled.
You're smoking an MP9.
Against AKs and a Kriegs.
It's not even clear how you would do that. The amount of things that would have to work out in your favor. Just don't even need one miracle. You just need a whole series of them.
5.
Yeah. Well, he's got Flusher and JW there.
Yeah, they've just rotated over now, but there's going to be another set execute coming in. There's going to be smoke, there's going to be Molotovs and those choke points. Here we go. Whole map is on this.
Great counterflash, actually. And Golden, nice amount of damage. That's a good way to get started. The kill would have been better. Follow Abici is decent enough, but can they actually win this? Oh no! Through the smoke once again! He's got the knife out looking for someone planting inside. And Amanek, he doesn't know where Flusher is at the moment. He's down below. I can't believe he's not dead yet. Finally, they get rid of him, but it's only 30 seconds, and JW through the smokes, through the wall. What is wrong with Fnatic? It's now Amanek in a 1 versus 2. They should have won this round already, and they still might. But that bomb plant, how do you put it down? They can come for the smoke. There's no safety. He's reading that. He's seeing the boost and almost looking for it. 12 seconds now, and he goes down. 7 rounds now for Fnatic. And in true Fnatic style, ridiculous kills.
Well, they got some of the miracles they needed. Flusha staying alive inside the smoke for so long. The double kill, the second one around the edge of the smoke. It doesn't make any sense. And it delayed everything for G2. This is pretty wild. That one is a nice kill. This is just a little bit of luck. Although Flusha seems to get very lucky very frequently.
Yeah, there's a point at which you have to say, but that doesn't make sense.
It's everything after that. It's surviving, it's dropping in towards water. He didn't even have to take any more fights after that. So, utility down Banana. Perhaps that was just what Fnatic needed. 8 straight to force overtime.
A lot of grenades, but they run into even more. Double there for Golden. They all stacked up on top of each other. Nice sequence, and let's shut this round down with ease. 8 rounds. Well, I guess technically 9 rounds in a row to try and get into the overtime.
Well, here's the wild thing is yesterday we said it was one of the most impressive comebacks that we saw throughout the whole tournament was 100 Thieves forcing overtime against Fnatic on Inferno. And they came back, but they did a 9-1 run. Fnatic has to do 9-0. You have to do one better.
Try and see if you could improve on that, yeah. G2 had their own cup against Mouse Sports on Dust 2.
Yeah.
So we've actually been having a lot of those games. So, yeah, maybe we're ready for it.
It's not easy to close teams out on this stage. 15-8. Timeout called by Fnatic. Excuse me, by G2.
Now, obviously, the most difficult round to win in this kind of a comeback is the 30th, where you're 15-14. That's when
you're like, oh God, how have we let it even get here? We had such a big lead at one point.
Well, I think for both sides, I think it's difficult if you're Fnatic too. You suddenly think, oh, actually, you know, because if you make a mistake in this next round, you think, okay, well, you know, we never really had much of a chance. On to the second map. If you're 15-14, you start to think, I don't want to make the mistake that loses us the comeback. The pressure's definitely going to be mounting here. Jax, nice attempt to be quick and beat them to the corner with the deagle. But the fire did make that battle kind of tricky. 4 versus 5 now. As Fnatic are starting to at least play their way in. You talked about, you know, Crims not really being there. Actually, pretty much all of the Fnatic players lacking a bit. Golden obviously has been playing very well, but some of the rest of the stars that we're hoping for, even some of these rounds will surely help them to start to build something.
No, but look at what happens to these players on an individual level when they start facing some adversity. Look at this aggression out of flusha. Yeah, he knows he's going up against Deagles, but this is how Fnatic likes to come back in their games. They start doing some of the craziness. And to G2's credit, that craziness was coming out early in this second half, and they shut it down. The double peek in mid on the second round, the JW attempt to jump out of this balcony on the pistol round. They've handled it all well. But I mean, it only takes one or two of those to really kind of get into your brain, into your brainstem, infect everything, and then you just don't know what's going on across the map.
We've seen it so many times with the core of this team. It's one of the things that's so hard to explain, because there are many other teams, right? If things go south, then it takes a while to start to bring people back together again. You know, maybe second map you start to put it behind you. Fnatic do sometimes have this instant energy return. They're instantly back in the game, just behind a single good round. 25th round coming up right now. A lot of grenades into those apartments early on from G2. Again, all they need is one good opening, one strong headshot to open up the round. They run into JW, and Brolin is right there, turning around. Could have maybe fought Kenny as well, but they're still going to be cleaning up the round, no problem. Beating G2 before they even get to set up any kind of a push.
Here we go. This is going to start getting worrying for G2. 15-10 is going to be the scoreline. Hunter, the last one left. He falls quickly. And Fnatic, they're going to start knocking on the door. Just 5 left in this comeback to make it happen in overtime.
Yeah, the fear. Hopefully not creeping in yet. Hopefully G2 have enough, you know, enough of a stomach here to say, you know what, still got 5 more chances, don't panic. It's you know, now is not the time for it, but every round now, yeah, you're going to get closer.
It's the last timeout. This is a bold time to call a timeout, to talk things over for G2. They have 0 remaining, so the next 5 rounds, you know, if you're a coach, if you're Malik, you have what? You have 20 seconds to talk through what the next 5 rounds could contain, 30 seconds or so.
Chad was mentioning the 4-on-5 percentage for G2, right? And they've won about 50% right now, or exactly 50%. So that's part of what could be a little bit scary here, because we've been highlighting some of the ones that they've been winning, but if it's 50%, then, you know, yes. I don't know, it's a coin flip at the end if it keeps going that way. And you don't have that many coin flips yet. 26th round. Got a lot of HEs being picked up, 4 of them on the G2 side. If you throw them all at top banana and immediately blow up 1 or 2 people there, that would be a clean way to make it a map number 2. I like the idea.
Like the idea. Let's find out if it works. JW being aggressive, peeking down mid. He wants that shot again, but there's a smoke in his face. Calculated risk, just going for a timing shot. Counter flash. Oh, flusha almost gets caught. And do they want to press the issue? There's the nades, and they don't all... Oh my god, they've done it. Flush is at 2 HP. The nades have worked perfectly, but Flush is still here. Only 2. And look, Crim's coming from behind. You've got JW with the op in front and the Molotov. Crims, it's your turn.
It's a nice lineup, in spite of the fact that G2 actually heads up play for them to turn around and see it coming. They maybe could have won that fight. But Kenny, he has to go back and pick up the bomb, and that's a little bit of a problem. Nice double kill out of flusha. That makes a massive difference. If he just goes down with no reply, then it's all done. Crims instead saving it also at the end.
What a cool tactic from G2, even with the adversity of having that battle with flusha peeking down, getting to half HP. Those nades worked exactly as designed and almost cracked open the round. Almost took the map away from Fnatic. But they've got 4 rounds left. It's not...
Well, so what? One of those grenades, I think, lands in front of the sandbags. If it doesn't, then he's dead. Clean entry. They lose nothing. What a small margin to still be in the map if you're Fnatic. Double AWP now in play, 27th round. We're going to waste no time and get right into the action here. Kenny ready for a fight down middle, and actually Golden pushing forward, and that's a lot of damage on Kenny and Hunt and Nexustory with grenades. They've lost Banana.
This is a timing. There was through the smoke. Crim spotted it before he was blind, but he missed the jump back into arches. He has made it eventually. Molotov to slow things down, but that's an immense amount of pressure for G2 to apply. A lot of utility being forced out on both sides.
Losing Amanek and getting the grenade damage in return. They've got top mid, but that is not that much of a comfort when you don't have Banana as well. Next up, love to challenge and win this fight. Timing shot from flusha. It at least forces Golden back.
We mentioned just, what, at the beginning of this, towards the beginning of this half. Flusha was in single digits. It was that experience core, JW, Flusha, and Crims in single digits. Flusha's now at 20 kills.
It's so
you want to believe. You want to talk about powering this comeback. Crims at 12, Flusha at 20, JW at 15. They've come alive here on Inferno. Crims is taken down, but again, damage done to Jax.
Nice pre-fire. Golden also helping out with a headshot. There was a real opening here for G2. They could have definitely made it onto the side. Now it's going to be more tricky. That actually doesn't extinguish it, but Brolin is still going. And JW will use the pistol to end the round with. It is looking very scary all of a sudden for G2. 15-12. This is outrageous.
And no timeouts for G2, and Fnatic just being one of those freak show teams that seems to get stronger when other teams are struggling. They seem to feed off of that and have a real sense for it. This is almost too much to handle for G2.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 28th round. Some pistols and an AK-47 to UMP. They're going to try and see if they can rush them down. A banana again. They want the knockout punch to try and win the map right now. And they catch Flusha. Finally, they managed to beat him to it. Smoke is up, but Jax wants to continue. There's a bit of a gap. The flashbangs, they might have found a way. They might have just done it. Golden back here. He gets overrun. And Crims, he couldn't see anything to help him out with. A 3-on-4. A very, very quick bomb plant. This all they need right now. JW trying to get the jump over the smoke, but Fnatic, we've seen them pull way too many miracles already in this map to stay in it. This might be a little bit too much to ask for. Grenade around the corner, does land right on top of Kenny and Amanek, but that's not the problem. The problem is the time that's left here. They need to be so quick about it. They need to move right now, or they're going to run out of time. A Molotov going over, all the way in the back, burning out Nexa. They take him down, 3-on-3, but there's almost no time left. They need to move right now. Nearly getting the double. Crims goes down, and Hunter through the smoke. They have found it. 16-12, G2. They managed to close the door, and Fnatic, not an easy task.
No, we said it was going to be so difficult to close them out, closing anyone out on this stage, and that was rough. G2 had to dig deep for that final one, and it's just a standard B rush, except they don't throw the smokes. It's Fnatic, oddly enough, to get caught off guard, but listen, you can see the power in this Fnatic team, and that's got to be the conversation for the Swedes. Look how we come alive. Look at what we can do when we play our game. And that was the later stretches. That delivered them 6 rounds in a row before eventually falling. That sets us up perfectly for map 2, and that's going to come in after the break.
Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. never enough, baby. No, I don't care too much. I don't care too much. As long as I can keep it. We gon' turn up in this place and come alive.
Holy smokes, is this series delivering already? And by that, I mean G2 are looking like they're going to continue to tear this server up, as well as Fnatic. They look really good here on this opening map. Inferno going their way, and Fnatic on the other side, well, they're going to have to bounce back here in this semifinal. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020, everyone. You have arrived at the playoffs, and so have we.
I was super impressed with the type of Counter-Strike G2 were playing there, and more the brand of Counter-Strike they came out with, right? They weren't scared of anything. They were more than happy to keep taking those fights. They didn't respect Fnatic taking map control anywhere on their T side. They were just getting bullied across the map. And I really think, you know, we could probably all be honest about this. Normally when you see a Fnatic game, one of those miracle rounds where someone hides in a smoke or someone does one of those plays works. This time round, G2 neutralized them constantly. They didn't have a chance.
The round where Flush is running around coffins and he just barely stays with the timing of the smoke, jumps off the side of coffins
rolling
in the water.
In the smokes.
Like, come on, man. Like, those are the rounds that you're talking about.
At that point, it was too late, though, because as you said, G2, they were all over the place in that CT side, constantly adding pressure. And when you look towards the stats, not to dive too deep into it, Jax is supposed to be the weakest link of this lineup,
and he
owned everyone on that team. So I said it coming into this game, I think there's so much skill on the side of G2 that Fnatic just simply can't handle it right now.
In more intricate detail, Chad, I think this is the appropriate time to send you on your way over there.
I can walk. I can go for a little walk. I know you want to send me down what is it, a long walk off a short pier? But we're going to go for a short walk to the Telestrator, and we're going to look down the barrel of this one here. And I always talk about map control, guys. So we're going to talk about Kenny S with the AWP and what he was able to do for these guys. So on the CT side of Inferno, you need to either make sure you have control of top mid or banana. You can't give up everything. And what they're going to do early, we're going to focus on Kenny S. You're going to see here, he's going to come into Boiler Room. He's going to get naded by Crims, but he actually gets a freebie onto Brolin here. This is a huge kill, and this was fantastic of how they were using Kenny in the early stages of this one here with the AWP. But I want to fast forward for you. Now I want to talk about this map control. So if the utility has already been expended, like it was for G2 at this point, and now they're playing passive, look at this. They could be up middle here, they could be up close arch side, they could be quad, they could be in Boiler, they could be in halls, they could even be top banana. Because look at the positioning right now of G2. They have Amanek over towards Coffin, you got one guy passive arch, you got this guy in sight, and this guy in balcony. So right now the CTs have absolutely no map information whatsoever. But this man here, Kenny S, the hero, well, guess where he's rotating to? All the way over to banana. Now, instead of being like a passive AWPer and sitting back and waiting for the execute and having to potentially do a 2v5, watch what he does here. They know that there's a smoke top banana because Amanex dropped that one, so they know that there's a higher likelihood they haven't pushed through this. But this is what I loved, is Kenny reinitiating on banana. They did this a couple of times, but what this does is it's the canary in the coal mine. It's an early warning system. Kenny, any second here, you're going to see him starting to creep forward. He's going to get a free AWP kill once again because Fnatic aren't ready for it. And this just changes Fnatic's approach to the game. You see, after these rounds, Fnatic have to start playing much faster, and it's changed their entire T-half trace. So great job from G2 here.
And let's continue down the path of things that need to make a little more sense right here. We're looking at the timeline of this game, right? We see G2 get up to 15-6, and then there's 6 rounds strung together there by Fnatic. What exactly was it right there, Jacob, that kept them at bay for just a little bit longer?
It's a good question. At no point did I feel that G2 were losing this game. You know, they built up such a strong lead that it was only a matter of time, and you saw in the last round, they just brute forced their way into that small bomb side. So I wasn't really worried on behalf of G2. I think they just, you know, they took the foot off the gas pedal just a tiny bit. And Fnatic obviously, you know, they started to play better, but there was never a point in that matchup where I thought that Fnatic was actually, you know, at the same level as G2. It was all about G2 playing just better than Fnatic.
And then there was a chance for them to bounce back in the game. Well, we have that chance now to hear from the side of G2. And it's going to be one man that put up a nice 28 frags on the board. Let's see what he's got to say.
And I have to say, there are a few teams here in Katowice who are having problems with their T-side. Okay, so there were a few rounds for you guys to close it out. That's natural when you're here on the Spodek Arena. Why are your T-sides ahead of everyone else's?
I don't know. I think we have great reaction. Also, Nexa improved a lot as a caller, and even us, the players, we have really good reactions. We play together. We are really good at trading. I think that's the biggest difference from the other teams because our trading is really, really amazing.
Well, thank you so much, Kenny. I'll let you get ready for the next map. I do want to ask though, how does it feel to be on the Spodek stage?
It feels great. It's amazing. I'm thinking about the fans right now. I'm thinking about the organizer that made that happen, and unfortunately some bad things happen, and we don't have the chance to play in a full arena, but it is what it is, and it's still really enjoyable to be here.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Kenny. Let's head back to the desk.
Yes, short and sweet, just how we liked around here, which is what we're going to continue to do. We're going to go to a break. We come back, we do have the second map of the series, which could also be the last map of the series, Dust 2. It's going to be G2's pick, and they're sure one to be reckoned with on it. We'll be right back, everyone.
The thing I envision, not everybody gon' witness. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top.
This is your chance to rise, a chance to prove yourself to the world. Because when passion leads the dream, this is not just a game anymore. This is the ESL One Rio Major Championship.
What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
To be brilliant is to defy convention and challenge expectations. So Intel will bring the processing power for when it's time to go brilliant. Frame rates that keep up with your reflexes. Brilliant. Fast clock speeds for when you're on the clock. Brilliant. It's what we do at Intel, powering you to master your potential. Will you rise? Intel. Unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, 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 until the day the world stops spinning.
Oh, I see the signs and I see we're there, and I feel the lies and I feel the sand. Forever hold, no matter if we cast away a fire in the
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
And with the highest rated player in the tournament, G2 are going to look to stack up another map against that of Fnatic. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take a look at our drawing board where we have Chad Burchill, who's got something to break down as we look ahead at Dust 2.
Yeah, going into Dust 2, you might be asking yourself, is this a good map for G2? Well, this is their 4th series, and they've picked it 4 times. Now I want to talk about one of their strengths, or at least one of the strengths that I like when I watch these guys play. Their setup over towards the A-bomb side is Jax locking down long. They've got old mate Kenny S with the AWP in rotation, and next to there as the swing player. But this isn't normally, you know, the setup that I'm talking about here. The one that I'm harping on about is when they lose short control, when the T's are executing onto this A-bomb site, the CTs love to play retake A. Kenny will drop back. He's going to AWP from a passive position, and Nexa and Jax, if they're both still towards long, will push through the long doors and clear it out. That way they're able to flank Cat. The T's get isolated towards the bomb site. They're stuck on the bridge. They're stuck over towards Gandalf or Goose, and that way the CTs are able to retake with ease. This is something that G2 do very well, but maybe unfortunately for Fnatic, they won't need to know that information too early because Fnatic are the ones starting on the CT side this time round, Trace.
A CT-sided start for Fnatic. Of course, that does raise a few questions here. Come on, Chad, sit on the sofa with us. I got Jacob here. We're going to talk a little bit about this game. Overall, we're looking at statistics for these players. Individually, they're showing up in a lot of different ways. We're looking at G2, who has 3 players over 100 ADR currently in the series. That doesn't smell good if you're Fnatic.
It doesn't smell good, but it's definitely going to be needed going up against Fnatic on Dust 2. It may be G2 that picked into it, right? But Fnatic played it twice in this tournament already. 16-4 and 16-7 did they win against Na'Vi. They won it twice, they won it convincingly, and they haven't even broken a sweat in any of those games. So despite G2, to my understanding, maybe the best Dust 2 team in the world, at least one of them, they're going up against Fnatic, who so far in this tournament can definitely candidate to that title as well.
Chad, would you say that they're the best Dust 2 team in the world? Would you agree with what he's saying?
I think so. Noah's really put a claim to that in recent times. So this should be a G2 2-0. They should be locking this one up.
Well, that's what we're going to be looking forward to. The versus sign is coming out of the floor, which does mean the wall has been put up and we are ready to jump into Fnatic versus G2. Potentially the last map of this series, this semi-final, casted by both Anders and Moses. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, thank you to the desk and thank you to the teams. This has been an amazing semi-finals already. That Inferno map, I don't know, it looked to me like Fnatic were about to make the comeback, but for once...
I wanted it. I could feel it.
We all wanted it. G2 found a way to stop that from happening, which is a rare thing. And now we're going to be on Dust 2. Fnatic on the CT side, already a battle in the middle, and G2 on that T side. They do have a lot of utility on the G2 side, but no P250 to take a fight with at range.
Oof. That smoke from JW is perfectly timed. You could see the flashbang was coming out. G2 wanted to attack this location, wanted to get out of this choke point. Surely not. 2 risky CT pistol rounds from JW. He's picked off on Inferno immediately.
He's just standing inside of the smoke. They're all on the other side. He does make it back around the corner. He's actually baiting them in. He wants them to peek flusher. A little bit of a flashbang there. Some damage being put up, but the bomb's on the other side. Let's see.
That's a win for the defense.
Yeah.
They forced a couple flashbangs out of G2's offense, and they get nothing for it. Nexus still has a smoke. Ominex smoke and 2 flash.
how do they, if they go B like this, how do they stop Brolan from just USPing them at a distance? I guess if they come through middle, that would be a way to do it. If they can take out Golden.
Yeah, that's possible. Also, the smoke at the base, right at the end of the halls, allows them to creep up. You got to get lucky through that smoke at the very least. Golden's got to be careful, backing away. A lot of players in middle. I don't know how he got that shot. I can't believe he got that shot. And this is almost an impromptu mid to B split that's going to be, well, slowed down by the push from long. But now G2 have found a new avenue to the bomb site. Krim steps up.
He wasn't that good on Inferno. Let's see if he could bring it back here, missing a chance. They're not going to get another one. Hunter doesn't even stop running to take that shot. That's an absurd way to go down. Brolan and Golden now, they can still win the round, but it's just got a lot more tricky. Run boost, good way to try and see them get up on catwalk, but how do they find all 4 players? They are going to have to look for such a long time before they actually find every single one. They don't currently have a kit picked up. I don't know if there's one on the ground somewhere, but yeah, they're even splitting up. I think that's a mistake.
Well, I don't think there's any good winning recipe in this one, especially because there's players hiding, and it's Hunter who's playing contact, and now they know where everyone is. Oh, that's a good shot from Golden. Almost maybe another one. There's Brolan chiming in, and all of a sudden it's doable, but a 1 versus 2, and Brolan knows exactly where they both are. The shots don't come fast enough. Too difficult to go between the targets, and another pistol for G2.
Very nicely done, and I mean, this is a good shot for Golden. So was the other one out long. It's actually...
I feel like you couldn't even see his head there.
No, I don't know what's going on. But the fact that, I mean, they're given away by Fnatic because of the push from Flusher and JW out long, which is not to say that that's absolutely a mistake. It's just when they lose that fight, G2 are quick to react.
I mean, that's phenomenal from G2 to get out of that situation. Fast pace towards the B bomb site. Brolan might be able to delay, might be able to get 1 kill, but not even that. And Golden with the scout. That's not the range you want to be fighting with it, obviously, and he's going to back away. It's time for Fnatic to just save these weapons. Try again in round 3.
Interesting B-rush. I mean, that could be considered dangerous. I don't know how much they were seeing down middle, if they had any read on the max amount of people that could have been there. Regardless, they come out on top, so that's great news. Golden, that's taking down Kenny at range. Wish he could get that rifle, but that's not going to be possible at any point here. Flusher sneaking forward. I don't know if he got spotted by Nexa. Now he certainly has been.
Yeah, now they know. Smoke to cover a retreat. Good shot from Krim. So making it as costly as possible. It's easier to manage on the T side, but every little bit counts. Bomb explodes. We're going to go live into round 3 with 4 players from Fnatic bringing their weapons into the next round.
And G2 only get to bring the Mac 10s in. They actually buy another one. Got 4 Mac 10s, 5 of them. All right. Don't see that a lot. And it's...
Well, they've got B spawns again, so it's going to be another B rush.
Yeah, but is anyone going to check middle? Are they going to smoke?
Amanek's going to look for it.
Yeah.
He's going to peer down and make sure he counts. He's only going to see 1 and the smoke, so nothing to call off this hit. And Brolan again. Remember, he was the only player that died in the previous round, so part of the logic is he's got nothing to fight against this. And he goes down with ease, and Golden again. Rinse and repeat.
You're going to be so annoyed, aren't you? 2 rounds rushed down on the B bomb site. That definitely doesn't feel that great. Mac 10's doing a fair bit in this one.
It's the next, I mean, it's also, you have the 5 Mac 10s that also just says, we're just going to hunt you down. We're going to run all around the map, and you can see how difficult it can be when Nex is just jumping up and down. So, a quick 3-0 for G2.
It really looked like Fnatic had rediscovered themselves, and now if they can be off to such a good start here again, G2, if they can make the Swedes quiet at the beginning of the first half here, that's a huge benefit. Remember, they had to fight for the early rounds, G2, before they actually really got into it. Ended up 10-5 in the first half on Inferno.
Yeah, they went back and forth. Now they might be able to get a hot start. A lot of head armor for the Fnatic side against those Mac 10s. Molotov comes in, but Hunter's already passed it. And he's turned, he's dodged his own flashes, and look how crazy that is. The tracking of Golden, he's got a second. Nice defense out towards long. Good opening defense at long to establish your control at this part of the map.
Yeah, very impressed they win that long fight. It's a good job on the Fnatic side. Even with the Mac 10 leading the charge, that can still be a very powerful hit. If you were watching yesterday, I was trying to make this point about, losing long control on the CT side, which I think happens almost always when Ts try and do that. But Fnatic stood tall.
Part of it, the weaponry.
Possibly, but even then, a nice job. Flusher with a triple. I think even with the Mac 10 leading, it's still, I mean, if he gets down in the pit, then what do those 3 players at the long corner do? Even if he doesn't get any kills, he's just down there and alive.
Yeah, if he gets the first kill, if he gets this kill onto Golden, then there's not a wide enough angle for those defenders, but I think they're confident in the fight because they got the Molotov out so early. While the Flames are in that choke point, they'll happily make you, force you into a fight inside the fire. Regardless, it's a 3-1 game. AWP, a narrow miss for Kenny S on the jump across, and again, it looks like it's going to be fast-paced. 3 players waiting outside long. This Mac 10 on Amanek close up to mid, already establishing control, already using utility to pull defenders away, and JW wants to get aggressive. He's trying to be cheeky. He spotted the bomb, surely, but he's already lost his life.
That somehow felt like a very fast, I guess, mid to B for JW. He thought maybe he could catch somebody off guard there. Not going to be possible. It's still a 4-on-4. And now G2 is starting to set up on the catwalk. Crims inside of the bomb side with a smoke, so he can buy some time, right? He should be able to delay if they Molotov. It's a common position to Molotov. He should be able to fall back and still stay alive behind it. So yeah, he's thinking about it already. Actually puts it up a little bit in front. A minute left and trying to see if he could create somewhat of a one-way here. 55 seconds as they jump down into the low ground. The Molotov landing behind him, but doesn't actually touch him just yet. Standing up with a nice kill for Crims. And now inside of the smoke. They're finally going to find him with an HE grenade, but re-smoking this CT's bomb position is huge. G2.
I can't believe Jax just dodged all those bullets. That's incredible. You see him flying past and they haven't hit him yet. Brolin's just hoping to get lucky. I don't know how you do this retake. 2 kits. There's the push through. Jax has the kill, and now certainly Fnatic calls it off. Retakes on this map can be so difficult.
Molotov in there. Don't know if it's going to quite spread. It looked like it needed to be a little bit higher up. And Flusher goes down at long, so not only not getting the retake, but actually losing 4 rifles. That's a big punch in the face here of Fnatic. That re-smoke, actually, I don't think the flashbang worked, but they wanted to flash him through.
Yep.
Which, again, is a very cool, very aggressive idea. That is the kind of Counter-Strike you want to play against all teams, but doing it against Fnatic could be really tricky. Again, this G2 team, it's a lot of fun to watch. I saw Stewie was tweeting as the game was going live that he said,
yeah, he's
G2 to win the tournament.
He's that guy. He called it. We'll see if he's got a prediction curse.
Trying to do that.
Trying to pass it all off on someone else.
I'm going to take it as an endorsement. I'm going to take it as
another narrow miss for Kenny S. And Fnatic have to buy up into this round. AWP on JW. This one is much slower from G2. Much more calculated. They've done a great job between Inferno and the couple rounds we've seen here on Dust 2 of neutralizing some of the crazy aggression from Fnatic, of just waiting for it.
And if you're Fnatic, also an annoying change of pace all the time. Rushes to B, last round the Mac 10 out, middle, and then now standard, slow, they have to wait around. It's just hard to adjust to. You don't get to play in any particular rhythm. Obviously, Fnatic get to dictate the pace more when they're on the T side, but still, I imagine they're going to be a bit frustrated here. So much utility on the G2 side, not that much on the Fnatic side. And they're grouping up towards the middle, leaving JW with that ult back plateau on B. Should be very powerful if they do show up. A bomb side, though, is making me nervous.
Should be making Fnatic nervous. Crimson pulled over. It's just Golden. Gonna try and find an angle, but Jax is almost waiting for this exact play. He's looking for it underneath the smoke. If Golden wants to get aggressive, here comes the turn. Jax goes down. Golden spamming through, no follow-up. The nades are perfect. They've slowed it down. They've done good damage. And Flusher's looking to get involved now as well.
Creeping inside of the smoke, only 18 seconds. And very low health on Hunter trying to put the bomb down. I don't know if there's any grenades. No, there's not. So at least the bomb will be down, and that's a bit of an issue. Nice kills, though, coming through from Crims and Flusher, and that leaves Amanek. He is flanking, and
he can't do anything.
No, he can't really do much, can he? I was going to say maybe he could have run there, but I think they've got it all on lockdown. Certainly with the Molotov, it's not worth throwing away the rifle.
No, but I think you might want to look for an AK-47, a Krieg, an AWP, anything that's, a chance. Yeah, you can see that off there. Good peek from Crims. You can see the idea. They're still going to be able to buy G2 in this next round, but a nice attempt to find an extra weapon.
Golden playing that position really well. We see it so often if you're the lone A defender and you just fall back and play the ramp, and then you get Molotov, or even if you try and go for that, you sort of swing out for the fight, you're at perfect headshot height, so even if they're flashed, they can still sometimes get the kills on you, right? Golden saying, I'm going to play in front of the smoke, and then he had the teammate flash and HE right on top of them.
Yeah.
So, love that style. Fnatic with a round here. I think it's going to take more than just a single round, even though it helps that G2 are out of money.
Well, I mean, they're not out of money. They've just chosen to play it conservative, haven't they? They had a decent amount of money. They're right on the edge to maybe get that buy, but just saying 4-2 lead this early in the game. Let's go for the pistols. Let's see what we can do. Keep some pressure on the economy of Fnatic. And Crims, they might just come out right before he's ready. They're going to get a plant out of this. So talk about, you know, an economic swing. They're going to be rich after this round.
Yeah, they shouldn't be winning the after plant. Deagles, pretty good, but they only have 2 of them, and they have no more grenades.
Yeah, it's all about this catwalk battle. If for some reason this goes south for Fnatic, 4 players here for Fnatic on the retake. The flashbang misses, but the kills don't come out. Brolin gets 3. Golden with the extra. And that's the round, but it was a chance. It was doable for G2.
Yeah, they had all the pieces in the right position at least. But yeah, bomb plant, just fine. I think, again, they're happy with that. Huge economic swing, you're absolutely right. 6K on 3 of their players, above 6K in fact. So they have a lot to work with. 8th round. What are they going to use all of that money for? The thing is, it also does give Fnatic a huge economic boost, not losing anyone in the round.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It could be a double-edged sword. They're going to take a timeout. So what have they planned?
I'd like to see them. I mean, the hard part is they can't really necessarily be as aggressive as you'd like. I'd like to see some of those mid-B splits at some point come out. You have to imagine they're going to commit to one of those at some point.
You know what we haven't seen in a while?
What's that? I was ready for a question.
Very
Yeah,
excited,
I was very. You got me pumped.
All right. Well, I guess we've kind of seen like sort of shades of it. Remember when A-Core on Mad Lions was rushing middle with the AWP? There's actually a way to do that where it's, you know, not just one guy trying to snipe someone off, where you do it so quickly that, you know, they don't even establish any kind of a mid defense. So if you want to go for that, you know, mid to B type split, you could also do it, you know, with no delay. Here's that attempted long, and that looked like it should have been maybe a connection.
Yeah, JW's going to be frustrated.
He's just pushing up. Yeah, I think he's going to be a little bit upset, but they've got them boxed in on long. What an odd round this could turn into. Now Fnatic needs to just not make mistakes.
Well, they did a cat boost with JW going long, so yeah, they've put themselves in a perfect position, and Hunter's aware of the possibility, although doesn't have the information that it's actually occurring. He's just being cautious. And you can see as well with Brolin dedicated to the B bomb site, Fnatic don't have all the information necessary.
Oh, no, Golden.
Oh, this is not good. That's too early. You do not need to make that play at a 5-on-5. Now, to be fair, he also doesn't know that all 5 players of G2 are out long, so he's probably feeling nervous about someone coming back from T-spawn, someone coming up from lower dark. But he's given G2 the possibility of an escape route, and that means Flusha has to rotate over to B just in case.
Yeah, it's so, I don't know, it's so hard to judge, isn't it, when we have the minimap and we know JW not going to try and peek. He will be flashed once, but yeah, didn't really feel like going through. Don't know if Crims is just trying to set it up for him automatically there. 38 seconds, a little bit of a gap, and that's a leg shot. The follow-up not going to happen, though. Time is a bit of a concern now. Jax has the bomb, probably didn't want to give that over to someone else when there's only 30 seconds left, just in case they land the last-second grenade that you didn't know about. 25 seconds now, and Jax still holding it back there. I would love it if someone else would pick up that bomb and not have it be Jax. 18 seconds, and I'm getting more nervous all the time. Oh, there's the grenade on Jax. 12 seconds now. JW will go down, and Hunter, not nearly as soft, and he's going to be able to put the bomb down, but that is a risk right there. 3 on 4, and Fnatic, even though they don't really have that much of an economy, they have enough to buy in the next round, but still, they're going to go for it. A man down, they don't care. They want to fight back right here and right now. Brolin sneaking up, Crims and Flusher as well, trying to see if they can help it out, but Hunter's got such a good position. Good kill for Crims. Brolin is going to get dropped, and Flusher can't really get into the round. There should be no chance here. Kenny, long range, taking out Crims. That's pretty close for Fnatic, especially when they had no grenades to really do that with.
Yes, I mean, they had to use it all to kind of slow down and delay that plant almost for Fnatic. Just a few more seconds off that clock, and that nade might have been the decider. G2, just long control the whole round, nothing special. You got it, you just sit there and wait, you make them nervous, especially once you get the 5-on-4, and a silent creep up long and crossing of the wall. They get into the bomb site before Fnatic really knows what's happening.
Ninth round. It'd be interesting to go back and...
That's more aggression from Fnatic that just doesn't do anything. They're usually much more successful with this.
Yeah, you're right. You'd want to talk to Golden and just ask, from his point of view, what was the call? Smoke at the corner, Flusher alone, and he is trucked by Jax. JW looked like he almost got stuck on something there. Really quick with the boost, but it's long control for G2. And they're going to be just fine with that.
Jax was so incredible on Inferno, and he's continuing it here. And as the entry fragger, that's providing so much for G2. JW needs to come alive here. He needs something for his team. He's dropped off the ledge. Going to get back up, but how do you clear out Hunter as an AWPer? There's another smoke coming over from Long. You got a teammate, Golden is here, but Hunter ready and waiting. Transfers over. Good kills from Crims. Golden as well. It's just this long hit for G2.
Yeah, huge double kill for Crims. That is so important. We've been asking for his contribution for a while now, and that was a round where pretty much set it up nicely. Golden also with a triple, but again, he's the captain of the team. It's amazing when he's playing this well, and he was playing out of his mind on
yesterday,
Inferno.
Yeah. Well, I mean, today and yesterday.
Yeah.
Golden's had a couple of good series once we've gotten to the stage here at Katowice.
I'm going to see this from Crims. So, they didn't even smoke Crims off, did they? I think that smoke is not up when Crims is getting the kills. Or he was playing at the edge of it.
Well, AWP still in the hands of JW. He's got 0 kills so far in this game going into round 10. And G2 have a pretty sketchy economy. And they've had so much emphasis towards Long, towards Catwalk. It looks like they want to pressure that B bomb site where Brolin is left largely alone, but Fnatic as well have somewhat of a read on it. 2 players in mid. Brolin, Crims, and Golden are going to be at this B bomb site.
Maybe they could use those new skyboxes to throw a couple of grenades through. Let's try and set something up. It's worth trying.
It's an interesting conversation about those nades and that skybox on Twitter earlier today between some of the pros, but we can get back to that at another time. Crims going to be blocked off, but certainly going to step in front of it because he's got a teammate to help. That's going to shift Golden closer to the B bomb site, and great damage from Brolin. This round looking good for Fnatic. Tactically and individually, they seem to be firing on all cylinders here. One exit out, good recovery from Brolin. Golden hasn't even peeked yet, but he knows what's coming. Waiting for the flashbang. It's just Kenny S inside the smoke. He's got one. Transfers up, and it was almost there.
Amanek playing the look in case they got the bomb down, which is very cool. Flush is low on health, and Amanek, he actually hits. That's a cool shot. Never going to win the round, but still did a lot of damage. 3 kills in the round. There's one thing that excites me, though, at the moment. That's Crims being 12-4. That is great news.
They'll need it from Crims to make it to a 3rd map.
Oh, I think Fnatic they're very well on the way to doing that. The fact that this game is 5-5 right now, and the power that G2 came out was really overwhelming. But now Fnatic they're back with it's not a great economy, but they're building something, and G2 can't buy here. I actually think the Swedes have a very, very good shot at having an amazing first half here on Dust 2.
Yeah, we'll see how these last 5 rounds play out, but certainly Fnatic have a shot of grabbing a very strong lead, a very solid lead going into the second half. At the moment, they can just remain patient, which they haven't always done.
That is not their strength, some could argue.
There he is. He's on the board. First one's the hardest.
I didn't even realize that was the first kill.
Yeah.
Well, definitely a strength that you want to lean on a map like Dust 2, having a player like JW. We know Kenny is very strong with this AWP at this particular tournament.
We'll see what I think Kenny's really going to come alive in the second half when he has that op on the CT side. At the moment, G2, a lot of these riflers are being very, very aggressive and taking map control and providing some spacing. And the op is just kind of being utilized in support, peering into that A bomb site especially.
Do you think...
Yeah.
Do you think they drew straws to figure out who was going to peek the corner, and Hunt's like, yep, there's the rifle. Because they're all standing right behind
Just
him.
as we thought, boys. It's a rifle. Oh, what a... Okay. Duck under the shots for Nexa.
He has a Glock.
Yeah, that was a Glock against an AK-47, an unarmored AK-47, so Crims is down. But Flusher with his SMG, Oh, he's blinded as well. And I don't know how none of them have died. Look at all the HP, and the ult almost doesn't matter. They've opened it up. Nexa is taken down by Golden, who saves the day, but that was getting sketchy.
This is actually a big problem for Fnatic. They lost 3 in the previous round, 3 in this round. That's so much money just right down the drain that they needed. They could have built. It's only round number 12 coming up now. If G2 win this round, Fnatic are going to be so upset they lost, what, 6 rifles across 2 rounds like that? That should not be happening. It puts a little bit of a dent in.
Yeah, it does make it. I mean, that takes some of the strength out of these last few rounds. That economy was one of the good things that Fnatic could have leaned on. Now they're calling Kenny's number, at least giving him a chance to go for a pick, and this is going to be a contact play. Pop flash in, Brolin on scopes, and that's perfect timing. Golden tucked into the corner, they line up, but Ominex got the follow. And the B bomb site is near impossible to retake in this kind of a situation.
Don't even try it. The problem is, though, Hunter is on catwalk, so looks like they know, or they're at least thinking about it. But if they lose rifle, again, suddenly the loss of rifles in the previous rounds to almost nothing but pistols, it becomes a huge topic. Hunter's already out looking here. I really can't believe it. They had it all lined up, nice long range.
Oh no.
Just looking for it. Jax has been really good, but that probably should have just been a kill. JW still goes down, found on the other side by Nexa. And Hunter walking up behind Flusher. He is in a lot of trouble here.
This is a chase that's been going on this whole time.
Yeah.
Flusha's just come back for it, and yeah, that's a sensation you have a lot with Flusha, just when you look away.
Yeah.
6-6. We're all tied up. Nice, simple from G2, nothing fancy. Set piece with 1 flashbang for the B-bomb site.
A weakness they've been trying to push. I mean, it's easier in the rounds when you know you're up against pistols. This worked out really well. Jax, really excellent on that one.
Yeah, he's just been so on point with these entries. It's so impressive.
Well, that's the entire economy of Fnatic sunk into this round. Again, something you have to watch for here. Kenny standing in the Molotov an extra couple of seconds. That's a long time. And he wanted that kill. They knew, though. They were just waiting on the other side.
You got to be cautious. Usually Alpers like to get out of that fire when they're going to have about 50 HP. Kenny stayed that extra half second or so. Molotov to clear close mid. That does not work whatsoever.
That's supposed to be a smoke. I just want to point that out.
Okay, that would make more sense. It doesn't matter either way. 1 for 1. And there's JW picking one off in the upper tunnels. Hunter swings out first. The Deagle not connecting, but the AWP is JW starting to be a force to be reckoned with.
That's the kind of JW we want to see. Really, really fast shots there. You can Molotov the close, the close wall, but that is the lineup for the smoke. So, I don't know. Some momentary confusion. Don't know if would have saved them from the wrath of JW there in the middle. We'll never know. Kenny looking to do a little bit of damage. And no chance at all.
I saw the Molotov come out. I was going to try and give him the benefit of the doubt. I was like, maybe he knows some lineup that I don't know.
I like that about you, Jason. I think that's a good quality to have. Don't want to be punishing people too early, but yeah, this wasn't it. It's confusing. One of them, I mean, Molotovs do cause smoke. They do function differently.
Not as effectively, yeah. Good job from Fnatic. Again, just hanging on despite having low economy. And as has been the case ever since G2 rattled off the first 3 rounds, they haven't been able to string 2 together. So, I mean, it's been very disjointed. The one round 5, the one round 8, and now round 12. And each time Fnatic's been able to respond, which is great considering the state of what their economy became.
Yeah, they could have, if they'd lost that round, it would have been a very, very different half. 7 rounds already, I think it's really amazing for Fnatic. Up at the top of the scoreboard right now for them. 16-6 for Golden. Again, he's way, way outperforming his role on this team. Crims at 13-5, and I think that is something to be, really looking out for. Didn't get to see what he could do at Inferno, not nearly enough. Dust 2 is something else. Golden trying to be aggressive with the AWP. Apparently he's just doing everything now.
Yeah, well, you can't complain when he's delivering in this fashion, and he just runs in a straight line while blind. Kenny came through the Molotov. That is a nice pick. That's one of the ops down. They can't recover it. It's deep into CT spawn. But this opens things up. And remember, Golden isn't playing this B bomb site. They might have thought that there'd be only 1 player here, and that's just not the case. JW blind, and it doesn't matter. No scope so fast.
That's unbelievable, and it just continues. Coming smoke. Oh no! How many does he have him in a round? Quad kill. What? 3 of them? Not even zooming.
Well, that's what we like to see out of JW. That's what we want more often than not. 8 and 7 for JW. And yeah, it's only pistols, but that could have been a very dangerous round.
Yeah, you're right. He was running in a straight line. It's like in
zigzag.
It's like in Dune. You don't want to do that, right?
Yeah.
Worm will get you. So. 15th round coming up now. Fnatic double AWP. I still think 8 is. That's a high mark to reach. Again, G2 definitely not a team you want to underestimate on Dust 2. So I think they've done a fine job. There's JW in the middle. He's warmed up into this game. He's starting to really feel it now. Kenny still with the Molotov, and I guess it does burn a... No, does it still go up?
No, it popped in the air again.
It popped in the air. Am I crazy or is Kenny?
I don't know. It's making me question everything I know. Maybe he has like a button bind to pull out a smoke and it's just the wrong... It's bound to the wrong thing. But I can't explain. I'm trying to help.
Help, Jason. Help me.
I'm trying to help him. I don't care about you.
Okay, well...
We've caught it twice now. It's unfortunate. 2 smokes on Nexa and Hunter. 2 flashbangs on Kenny S. That's everything you got. Maybe he just doesn't know the lineup.
Maybe. Brolin is close to the middle, and he's going to go for a bit of a spam there. Takes down 1, does a bit of damage to Hunter. Does leave Golden alone. They're going to be smoking it manually this time. Nothing over the wall, just right in front. Golden peeking in, and he is quick. I am so impressed by Golden. How is it that he's able to do just everything all at once? He'll finally fall to Kenny, but the bomb is right in front, and how do they pick it up? Only 27 seconds. There's Kenny making a run right back into the hands of Crimson. That was an easy shot. Amanek in a 1 versus 3 with 20 seconds, and there is no way. 9-6 at the end of the half in favor of Fnatic. A strong showing here for the Swedes.
Yeah, great recovery, but I mean, G2 is going to be fine with 6, but Fnatic, it was the run at the end, 9-3 to close out the half. Not too shabby. We're going to halftime, and when we return, we'll see if Fnatic can bring us to a 3rd map. That'd be Train, but they've got to stop G2 first.
passports, baby. Leave the rest in our troubled minds. Let us go down and left her, baby. Trying to figure
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Fnatic and G2, second map here, the first semi-finals at Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. We're on Dust 2, and Fnatic are working on a third map right now. They want to get there, and they're not that far away. 7 more rounds would do it. They end 9-6 in the first half. That's on the CT side. I think that's pretty impressive. G2 are a phenomenal team right now. They're very hard to beat. You can absolutely tell. And, I mean, I think they've done everything they need to right now, Fnatic. If they're in this pistol, I think they've got it.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a good thing you say that because G2 actually have not won a CT side pistol round on Dust 2 yet at this event. They're 0 for 3 in that endeavor. And that makes me happy because I want Train. I want a third map, and Hunter's going to get aggressive. Waiting in lower dark. They want to bait him in. Crim's Flusher, they've taken so much damage. This might be a great start, but actually look at JW. He's clearing out everything. He's about to say, guys, there's nothing here. But I don't know how you rotate back if you're Fnatic. There's a good headshot. That might be the first start. USP now in the hands of Brolin. JW causing issues. Oh no, the bomb. The bomb is dropped.
Oh, this is so awkward. The bomb lost to the T side. Jack's getting one more kill. You're right, they had it all. Now, JW's flanking, so if they can keep their cool, if Flusher can stay alive, maybe there is a bit of a chance here. Still a minute, plenty of time to work with. He's not seeing anyone. Medium range, but Jax turns just in time. Really unfortunate. If he could have had that kill for free, it's a 2-on-2 at least, but...
Go for the jump. Go for the jump.
Yeah.
Run it.
If anyone's going to do it, you know JW trying. Now Flusher on the other side, still 45 seconds.
Flusher's going to throw the bomb up. I'm just trying to think of all the crazy acrobatics that could go on.
Why not? G2 have actually said, you know what? Oh, no, running out the middle. Nexa was ready and waiting. And JW is still thinking, surely Jax must be somewhere in this area, but he's completely relocated, which I actually think is a great move.
Well, JW, 1 versus 3. He's got Nexus so incredibly low, but he has no idea where anyone is in the bomb. The clock now is an enemy as well. It's essentially a 1 versus 4 at this point. 14 seconds. He's going to head over towards A, jumping up onto Catwalk. But remember, there's a player here, Jax, who's going to fight him every step of the way. I don't even know if he can get there in time. Even if Jax just hides, I don't even think it's possible. JW going to go down. They even had a chance to just screw him out of money as well. They could have just let him survive till after the timer. 9-7 as G2 win their first pistol round of Katowice, or CT pistol round of Dust 2 in Katowice.
That is such an awkward round. They get the info, they lose the bomb down there, and they just can't really recover it without having too many casualties.
Something on Fnatic almost feels off today with kind of their plays aren't syncing up with each other the way that we normally do, or we normally see them do.
Yeah. Yeah, because they've been having good individual. You're right, there is some sort of a missed timing opportunity, at least a couple of times. Used to refer to it as the Fnatic hive mind, didn't we?
Yeah, well, I mean, it made sense back then. It was uncanny. So Fnatic in this round trying to throw some kind of a fake, it would look like, although Flusher now going to join up with that bomb in Upper Dark, so not sticking around for the B bomb site. Maybe just run the gauntlet over towards A.
Yeah, you've got Kenny there. He's got an HG grenade, which, again, with the lack of armor, could make it dangerous, but might still get the bomb plant down. Probably will get the bomb plant down if they just run right now. Kenny, don't think he's scared about taking a fight. Grenade goes pretty deep. Actually, they stand almost on top of it, and that's a nice spray down. Might not be any bomb plants at all here. No, they're just going to get completely taken down. That's so well done. Those bomb plants do matter. They're going to have money to buy, but they could have got a lot more out of this if they'd had the bomb plant. Very interesting. So, 9-8, and the fact that they don't win that pistol round means it's a completely open game once again.
Yeah, well, the gap closes obviously in an easy fashion for G2 from there. But I mean, remember, they won the first 3 rounds in that first half and only managed 3 gun rounds once they got on board. Fnatic has been, battering them in terms of gun versus gun action. Kenny S. Ooh, that's a quick shot that almost hit. He was blinded. JW, how aggressive do you want to get? Molotov and Smoke going to slow you down. Hunter pushing mid. If he doesn't stop, he's going to walk right into his death.
It's kind of a cool attempt. It's what Golden was trying to do, one of those rounds where all the action was out long. You could almost feel JW fighting his own nature to not go through that smoke. You just wanted to. But Yeah, I don't know. The rational side, the tiny bit of it that's in there.
That remains. That's been given any love over the years.
It's somehow won.
Flashbang over, mid-push, Flusha can eat this alive, almost transfers down. Nexa, 46 HP.
That's a lot of info for Fnatic, though.
Yeah, that's a flash-off catwalk that they can call. It's 2 players pushing mid.
They should know a lot about what's coming. That AWP is still in play from Kenny. Makes you a bit worried. Smoke, not going to slow them down that much. Can they avoid the shot here? He's just trying to look for the edge. Nexa goes down, so now it is all on Kenny, and he doesn't get the flick. And waiting for him, all the way back here is Crim's immediate headshot. That is so quick. Nice round. The first buy round out of Fnatic here in the second half.
They're not the opening kills, so they won't necessarily hit the stats sheet, but it's Golden providing the entries into that bomb site. Again, when they need it most. This was a great read out of G2 in a 3 versus 5? 3 versus 4. Able to get over towards, they remembered the long presence earlier in the round from Fnatic and had the perfect read, but Golden just takes everyone out of the equation. A little bit of frustration for Kenny, 10-8.
They have some rifles, trying to see if they can take the fight. Flusha running through, not that scared of losing the MAC-10.
Look at this full investment for G2. This round is going to have massive consequences on how the rest of this half and the rest of this map can play out.
These are the kind of buys that we were criticizing Na'Vi for making, right? Where they were sort of like, go for it, and you think, well, that could cost you like 2 more rounds.
That's why we call, I mean, that's what we've started coining the force buy economy.
Yeah. Doesn't always seem to be worth it.
Haven't seen a lot of teams able to pull it off. Navi's one of them. Jack's going to start pushing up towards long where Flusha is waiting with his MAC-10. Jack's going to search for it, but wasn't expecting Flusha to be peeking. The jiggle peek throws him off, and yeah, now this buy is really painful. Everything is invested here, and everything is starting to get taken away from G2. They're going to have a full save in the next round, so Fnatic going to have a pretty strong lead going into the later stages of this half of this map, and should be in position to force train into the cards.
It is looking very likely. I feel like we deserve it. These 2 teams have been putting on a great show already. Let's get that third map. And Train is a map where, yeah, there could be just a ton of madness, in fact, on that map. With Kenny playing well, with JW also hitting the shots.
Yeah, now that we've given everyone time to warm up, that third map, you get the ops out, you get some of the legendary op players.
It's a map that has a lot of potential for aggressive pushing on all sides, so let's just find out. We're going to have to see if we can get there first. It's by no means done for G2.
And actually, this isn't too shabby from G2, all things considered. They pick up the 3 rifles. I think 1 M4 was already in their hands, but certainly they have some weapons they can play with now. The question becomes, do they force up behind it? Do they drop like a FAMAS, an SMG, upgraded pistol over, or are they just content with what they've got? Golden in this series is 43-28 at this junction.
It's really just amazing. Hard to believe. I don't know, I mean, yeah, if you're G2, we were criticizing them for buying into the round, but the fact that they suddenly pick up a Krieg and I guess they had a Scout that turned into an M4, that's much better.
I like this as well. Don't force up around it. Keep the USPs on Jackson Nexa. Don't invest anything. Just see what these rifles can provide you. Maybe you get another chance where you can save them and you don't have to spend money in the next round, but don't get crazy. JW picks one off. Remember, keep this in the back of your mind. He never saw the other 2 cross. He might still think, but the trajectory, yeah, that's a bit much. I thought he surely would have seen the trajectory. And Flusha just being a cockroach.
Yeah, hiding in there. Oh, I actually thought Amanek heard the drop, but maybe he didn't.
No, you have to imagine he jumped out of his seat when Flusha started shooting him in the back. He never expected that whatsoever. And that's one of those risks that Flusha takes that, I don't know, the average player probably doesn't think of taking. Like, doesn't even think it's an option to him. So these 3 weapons are going to be saved. That's good for Kenny S. He's got that AWP that JW kind of throws away in his crazy jump through the smoke. So that's a free AWP for Kenny S down the stretch. And rifles they don't have to invest in next round. So money okay situation for G2.
They couldn't have bought the AWP in the upcoming round without it being dropped like this. And I don't know, Counter-Strike has a way of punishing people when they give those away. Gotta be careful. Seen it many times before. You just, like, one little mistake, one extra rifle, and in the hands of someone like Kenny, that can absolutely bring your whole team down. So let's just find out. 11-8 at the moment, and they're going to get that 12th round on the board. So only a 4-round gap. That kind of a play from, again, from JW. You want to criticize it, but there are times where it would catch the entire team off guard, right? Where he's out there with the AWP, someone peeks.
I think we've made that exact point every time he's done something crazy in this game. We saw him walk through the smoke on the CT side of Dust 2 previously, early on in the previous half.
We're just given the permanent license.
Yeah, he's allowed to do it, obviously, but, you know, it's just not working today. So it looks a little bit sillier than it usually does. 4-round lead for Fnatic. And a third timeout called by G2. They use their timeouts liberally.
I mean, I can't really blame them. They need to get back in here. Economic control, I think, is the most important thing right now. Take the rifles away from Fnatic. They have a lot of money, though, on the Swedish side. That's hard to contend with. Almost 10,000 on Golden.
7,500 on Crims. Rich, here we go. Kenny S going there for the peek over the smoke. He's tagged. Shot forced out of his hands, and Brolin quickly up catwalk as well. One player in close mid heard that. Brolin can't win the fight. It's just Nexa. A one-on-one heads-up fight. That's a big one for Nexa to take.
Jax is playing alone over at long. Amanek alone in B. And that mid defense, though, is really strong. So we'll see what Fnatic actually end up going for now, being a man down. Jax, a bit of an off angle. Molotov not in time to actually cause a lot of pressure on him. And now he's just hiding back here at the bottom. Nexus got a line covered in towards this. And there will be a kill from that stolen AWP on Kenny eventually. So they're kind of locked down here, Fnatic. Even if they win the fight now, it probably is going to be way too late. Flashbang to set it up, and Nexa coming in to help out. That's just a round where Fnatic don't even get to have much of a say at all.
Yeah, they don't get to play the game. I think here, if you're JW, definitely toss the AWP away at this point. Who knows if G2 wants a double AWP setup, but you certainly don't want to hand them 2 free AWPs when you've already given Kenny 1.
What if he, yeah, there we go. What if he pushes the football out just to trick with him and then shoot?
You mean the soccer ball?
I can't even get invested into that fight.
I'm actually not either. I just wanted to be a dick.
But there's at least 1,000 people watching saying, my God.
12-9, 3-round lead for Fnatic, but if there's going to be a small comeback for G2 in any capacity, they're set up perfectly for it. A lot of free weapons passed over, a couple of rounds where they've been able to save weapons into the next one. They did pick up that double AWP setup. JW didn't hide it well enough. Here we go. All that money that we just talked about for Fnatic in the previous round starts to dwindle. Golden down to 1,300 from 10K. Crims down to 3,700 from 7,500.
Yeah, G2 not that easy to break, apparently. Gonna keep up the fight here and try and avoid train. I can't blame them. I wouldn't want to try and stay in a solo with Fnatic longer than you need to. Setting up what looks like some smokes, and looks like it's going to be a very, very fast mid to B split. But the problem is Hunter and Nexa have this crossfire in middle. And if that works out, then the attack will only feature basically the 3 people coming in from upper. And that's just not nearly as good. See if they can smoke off Amanek. Now Hunter's all the way inside. Nexus falling back. The timing. Oh, it could be perfect right now for Fnatic if they can break their way through. Early grenades coming in. Nexa, he's back in middle. He knows that something is going on here. But they're watching it. Smoke goes up. Brolin! He's dropped by Kenny just before the smoke actually lands. Incredible timing. Crims coming through the window, but he can't see anything. They're all hiding inside of the smokes here. And he's just sitting and waiting. What a defense this is all of a sudden. It's falling. No, Crims doesn't care. I actually thought that the backup was going to come in and shoot him in the back in that window, but they find a way through, and now G2 got to think long and hard about retaking this flusher, losing the fight to Jax, but still.
I would go for it. You've got the whole bomb timer in a 3-on-3, and yeah, it's difficult, but you can make this happen. 2 players going to come in on the flank. The tough part is JW's in the back. He's got the AWP. 1 lost too early in this retake attempt, and G2's going to fall back, and this one might be it right here. Good flashbang, though. Forced off the angle, but it's JW biding his time and just baiting out the shot. And now I think you have to save. They're going to go for it. JW grabs woman. Jax bails out. So does Kenny, but I don't know if he can make it. Crims, that's a beautiful shot to take the AWP out of his hands. An expensive attempt.
Yeah, very much an experience. I mean, if they could have had JW in the beginning there, that would have probably been way more doable. Nice triple for Crims. I I actually thought the fact that he was crouched in the window meant that he was about to get shot in the back.
Oh my god.
That's pretty quick.
That's not an easy one to hit. Yeah, they had to have been just so scared about that mid to B smoke that was down, like no one wanted to jump through it. What a great shot from Kenny though. Flicked down. Some stress showing in as well. Both teams, well, not so much Fnatic, but G2 starting to struggle for money. Again, and another opening for JW. Second time he's found that pick out towards the long, and he just bails out. Kenny wants to respond towards top mid.
Not even much of the guy showing out alone there, Jax. Just his shoulder, more or less. But enough for a kill anyway. Kenny feeling lonely. Dominic pushed very far forward, but if he gets the kill, could he actually get back? Again, it's a big question if he gets the first or the second guy in line. Just an elbow, and he's back around the corner. What an excellent pickoff.
All because Flusha pulled out a nade. Elbow sticks out a little bit wide, a little chicken wing. That's a rough equalizer as well. No chance for the response. Mid is exposed. G2 trying to cover that gap by pushing Catwalk. Amanek in the back with an AWP at the B-bomb site. Nexa at the lip of the tunnels. Golden might get caught off guard. He's got no gun in his hands. He's got his knife out, and Nexa punishes that. And that ruins the strategy. Again, caught with the nade, and I don't know how Hunter transferred over. 2 on 3.
Kenny at the bomb site, and time is ticking. Nexa's pushing up a dark. Kenny, if he gets a kill, there's absolutely no round. Missed another chance here, and they're getting a little bit closer now. He sees the second player and he's calling it in. He's just saying, I've got him on this side, just come quick. Berlin, I don't think it matters any longer. He's low on health and Kenny will save it. A big double kill, but the aggressive pushing, Fnatic, not used to that.
No, that's 3 players caught with nades or knives out. And the first one was just unfortunate timing, but after that, it's all mistakes. And that's rough. You have a 13-9 lead, you get a man advantage as well, and you can't convert. This was beautiful. He got Brolin into red HP and transferred over to get the kill. So Fnatic have a decision to make, and I think this is why we're going to see the timeout coming.
They could go for 3 really good buys, and then Brolin and Flusha would have to have a little bit less. I still think that's worth it. I think this is a better idea than giving G2 an even stronger economy.
They're going to go for a small buy. They have B spawn, so this is going to be a B rush, you would imagine. Golden picks up an AK-47, JW Mac-10, Flusha Mac-10. But 4 players already leaned as close as humanly possible to the B bomb site with the spawns.
You would love it if Brolin had something to slow them down in the middle, if you could tag someone or anything. I mean, again, those B rushes are a question of seconds of timing there. He's going to be looking for it with a deagle anyway, but no connections.
I think G2 might read a low economy. They sent 3 players over to B, but it's actually only Amanek. It's only the AWP. This could be ruinous. Dodges the flashbang. He's got the leg shot. He's going to go down. How much can Nexa and Hunter provide? They have to get into this site. They have to slow them down somehow. Hunter with the first. HP is dropping for Fnatic.
Yeah, no smokes going up in any of these choke points right now, so they need that. Molotov will at least push them back, and they can get the bomb plant. That's a huge kill, and look at the health on Fnatic. They really don't have a lot left right now.
Look at the money. The money might force G2 to just give it up.
Oh. Flusha saying, and actually both Flusha and JW holding up a dark, so let's see G2. If they actually retake right now, JW and Flusha are going to be so far away. This whole round is just a little bit of a lottery right now. Flashbang over the wall to try and buy a little bit more time. JW now looking at the window. Oh, and he's not going to get the kill, but Brolin will. Follow up from JW. Can he do it? Oh! He lets him as he comes in. And a 2-on-3. Fnatic need this round. They want that third map. And they're so close to doing it now. G2 flushing all of the rifles into the B-bomb site. But the Swedes will find a 14th round. That is some sick sniping coming out from JW.
And he had to step in front of the smoke, right? There's nowhere to go. You're committed to that fight until you die or until they're all dead. And JW lands everything that's needed, 14-10. And again, I thought the money might scare G2 out of that. It's an admirable attempt. I don't even mind it, but this puts them in a tough spot moving forward.
This next shot was so hard to hit, wasn't it? Even getting the leg shot makes it so much more doable. Now out on long, standing in the fire like Kenny was, gonna be put up by teammate.
Oh, but look at the aggression one more time. They push upper dark. It's 2 kills traded back and forth, but that's the entire B side of the map is lost for Fnatic. And more aggression everywhere, all over the place. Fnatic getting a taste of their own medicine. They're not liking it either.
No, they really don't enjoy it. Crims waiting there, and this is what was happening to Fnatic when they were pushing this longhouse as well. They kept getting shut down. JW's got the middle, and Crims and Golden are out long. Kenny with a FAMAS at range. He wish he still had that AWP. By the time he sees them, they're going to be on top of him, and that'll make it really rough. Good timing again with the grenades and a flashbang to slow it down more. Calling in for backup. Amanek is going to be running there. Weird fight, but on top of the smoke. Kenny coming out on top. That's such a huge double kill, and they even hurt JW. How could he dream of winning this round?
He's got 50 seconds. He's got plenty of time, and he's got the AWP now, AK-47 utility as well. Trying to find a new angle of approach, maybe catch Amanek off guard, but the timing's not there. The nade works perfect. The question is, where do Amanek and KS with no information position themselves?
Yeah, they just run long. They say, let him go and get the bomb. Now, he has a smoke and a Molotov. I don't know. It's very hard to put those grenades down in a position where they actually help you. But that might be the only way to do this.
JW is going to wish he kept the AWP. 18 seconds, going to peek down towards Pit. They've double peeked him. Kenny able to grab the kill, a triple kill on the round for Kenny S. 14-11, and G2 just barely hang on. Kenny S delivers again, this time with the FAMAS. That double kill out towards long. We saw frustration on Crim's face earlier as well. They have gotten picked off with nades in their hands so many times. Second timeout used by Fnatic.
Yeah, timing is so crucial. Because he had the FAMAS, he didn't go for any long peaks until they were, really close. So they didn't even know what to expect. And obviously completely caught off guard yet again.
They were moving very fast as well for that much time on the clock, which gave Kenny S all the information he needed to just stay behind that box and wait. I think we got that second shot coming in on the drop. Yeah, it's almost looks like that should have just straight up killed him. Might have deserved it for the accuracy. Here we go. Round 26. 3-round lead for Fnatic as they try and force that third map. They try and bring us to train. Golden's got 24 kills leading the party. Crim's at 19.
I mean, they've done all of the work right now. The Swedes 2 rounds away from putting an end to this map and staying alive in the semi-finals, but you could tell G2 are just, they're still fighting all the time. A single mistake here for Fnatic could cost them the semi-finals. They don't have the money. G2 don't have the money. This 26th round could be the one that actually decides it more or less. If they win here, G2, then they're right back in the game. It's almost dead even at that point in time. So we can see if they can maybe just go for an A execute. And against Nexa, it's a pretty good bet right now. If the timing is right for it. They're waiting around for a long time, which is always scary when you're losing map control, basically. The grenades are up. Pretty good counter grenade, at least trying there. Looked like it fell behind them. And next, I wish he had more backup. He's going to swing for the fight, but Golden will immediately drop him. One more entry here for the Swedish captain. He's been just a star player in this game. Hunter trying to see if he could maybe get through the smoke, but Golden is waiting on the other side. 40 seconds as they put the bomb down. The smoke fades, and Amanek will get a bit of revenge. Crims is there hitting a headshot with the Krieg, and now a 3-on-3. They have 2 smokes and 2 kits to try and get this retake in with, or Fnatic are going to be at map point. Crims landing another one, and it is looking good for Fnatic. Amanek in a 1 versus 3, and he can't do anything, just has to fall back. Map point for the Swedes.
Map point for the Swedes, and nothing to fight with for G2. That is a perfect attack. They found the gap in the defense. Nexa couldn't handle it, and no retake attempt is even doable for G2. Now look at them. What can they fight with? Scout, 3 upgraded pistols, and an SMG. This is a brutal way for this map to come to a close. And Fnatic, look, it has not been pretty. They have not been playing the best, and it's certainly not guaranteed over. But the fact that they're able to have themselves in this winning position and not a stellar performance has got to be something that they're happy about.
They've managed to, to fight their way through. They've got some of their players, again, Crims certainly being online here in this particular map. Set it up. They are looking to see if they can flash their way into a long fight. Actually, they just threw their flashbang and no one peeked, so I'm not sure about that. They're all set up at the corner. Scout to put a single shot, but a lot of people up close. Can they get the timing down right? They've caught a lot of people with grenades in their hands. This time it's not going to be one of them. It is all rifles, and Jax, he just doesn't even care. dinks to people with the deagle and puts them to sleep. And now they're back around the corner. Flusher's on the other side with a bomb. Surely not Fnatic.
Well, Brolin's going to work his way up catwalk. They're all split at the moment. No one wants to make the play because they don't have a teammate nearby. Flusher can't really do anything because he just has a deagle. He's got to wait. Good shots from Jax.
This should be the round where they just put an end to it, where G2 don't even have a say in it. Oh, down the middle! A third kill on JW. Can he get more? He doesn't have any more in him, surely not. It's already done almost everything they need. Amanek with the UMP, and now Brolin in a 1 versus 3. There's no point in running. There's only 30 seconds. Might as well just go for the straight-up fight and hope that you could do it. He takes out Jax, and now could he get the bomb plant? Kenny's on the one side there. I don't think he's even got much time here. Faking it will just buy more time. Yeah, he goes straight for it, and a little bit of a pre-fire there from Kenny. That Krieg, I don't know if it's enough to buy them this round. He's so low on health as well. And now Nexus going to be showing up with that AK-47. If they knew how low he was, they'd just be using the pistols. They both come through. Oh, he does get it! No health, but the accuracy, 16 to 11. Fnatic, they get that third map.
He did exactly what Crims did yesterday to close the series. The first kill and the one tap on the second player. Jax did everything he possibly could to keep him in that round. But we get our wish. We get exactly what we want. We're going to train. This semifinal has been great. We get Kenny S versus JW with the Ops again. And that's a gutsy win for a Fnatic not playing at full strength from what it looks like. Either way, we're going to see how this series closes out. We're going to see who's going to be the first team to make it into the grand finals of IEM Katowice when we return.
Best my average, there's a reason for that's a fact. So they snapping back, mad at the fact that I don't have a backup plan. I need that. I'm working everybody when I relax, so I ain't tripping about none of y'all feedback. Every day I wonder when I'm gonna peak at, and that's why you count your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and 100s and throw them up to the ceiling. Everything I envision, everybody.
I'm not going to beat around the bush. I'm calling because I'm about to access my bar mitzvah money, and I thought you should know.
Are you crazy? What, David, you haven't made a single dollar off of this.
Isn't there money in the stream these days?
It's called the Cloud Dot.
Hi, I'm Dave.
So I have to wire $10,000 to a company called Blood Gang Entertainment, LLC. Attention, or whatever, nutty.
So we both know there's Nazis living in America.
You know what the best revenge is? Revenge.
Let's do a little dance, make a little love, and get down tonight.
Showtime. It's about justice for 11 million people.
Free. Free.
That's right. TurboTax Free is free. Free.
So baby, stay with me where the sun doesn't go down, and we will drift away until the day the world stops spinning, until the day the world stops
Well, this is a series that is packing a punch so far. Fnatic do find their footing, and they do find a map there in the second map of the series, pushes us all the way to a third. And might I also remind you all what exactly is going to be happening tomorrow. We're going to be putting a team towards the Intel Grand Slam. And personally, I think that's pretty awesome. They've entrusted me with these gloves on. We can take a look at the teams that already have a notch towards the Intel Grand Slam.
Yeah.
And now, I'm going to pick up one of these.
Well, while you're holding that, I'll talk the people through it. This race is wide open. Previously, we've had Astralis and then Liquid winning the Intel Grand Slam before. Right now, the only two teams left in this tournament with notches in their belt are Astralis and Fnatic, who are playing right now. One map loss away or one map win away from that grand final or being knocked on out. So, look, if G2 are able to win this one right here, they can be playing in the grand final to earn a notch in their belt in the race and join another one. Add a sixth horse to that whole thing. Does it work?
Yeah, it was G2 they're calling. They said they can taste it.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Real close.
Okay.
Taste what gold is.
They should have won this map then.
Yeah, they should have. What is it that is going on right now? Because I feel like we have a Fnatic that is looking hot, but also maybe a little bit of sandbagging. Is that strange?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if we isolate this game right and look towards it. G2 won both pistol rounds.
Yep.
We just had the conversation that we thought that G2 actually had a better game plan, dare I say it?
Strategically speaking, they look like the better team, right? The way they reacted in certain situations, they look like the better team. But individually, I suppose they just got beat down. That's going to be the only answer for that, right? Because Jason was just saying in the cast there, he was just saying, you know, it doesn't look like Fnatic are playing their best Counter-Strike. And I would agree with that sentiment. The way that they're winning rounds, like they're kind of in these awkward limbo mid-round situations that they get done out of miracle rounds. We saw the JW and the AWP on the CT side pulling off some of those miracle situations, whereas the guys from G2, they look well organized.
I would definitely agree with that sentiment, and we got to give credit to some of these players as well. We're saying Fnatic right now, potentially not approaching the game the best, but they have the best individuals, you know, and Golden for once, we talked about him coming into this matchup. Going up against Nexa, there's no doubt that Nexa is the better individual player of the two of them, but in this game on Dust 2, Golden definitely held up for himself. He got 7 multi-kills, and he was a big part of the reason why Fnatic were able to have such a strong CT side that prevailed them to win the map.
The cool part about this is we now get the opportunity to hear from Fnatic. We're going to have JW on the line. Frankie was able to catch up with him, and we're going to hear all the goodness he's got to say.
I've grabbed the Altmaster General JW for a chat about Dust 2. And JW, people are saying that G2 are the dark horse in the competition, that they might win this entire thing, and yet you just beat them on their signature map. How did you crush their momentum in that first half?
I think we have played really good together as a team. Obviously, we had some individuals stepping up here and there, which you need to beat these top teams. But overall, I think we have played really good as a team, and that's hard for them to play against, I think, because they are so insane individuals, and they rely a lot on that. But when you shut them down with like team play, they don't get the same room to work with as individuals, so that was key for us, I think.
And would you say it was more of a case of you guys playing your own game, or did you actually study G2 on this map specifically?
Obviously, we studied them for all maps we're going to play, but you can't look into it too much. For example, second round CT, I pushed long to get Nex off guard, but then Jax was in there. So if you look too much, you're gonna get destroyed yourselves, I think. So it's a combination, I guess.
And Train is the decider, but we haven't seen you play it since last year. Have you been working out new strats on this map?
We'll see.
Okay, we will see. Thank you so much, JW. One more map stands between this man and the finals tomorrow, so we'll see very soon if he's going to make it.
Yes, we certainly will. We do have one more map in front of us. We are going to have that opportunity to go to Train, but for now, do we feel this is kind of teetering one way or the other, you know, without going fully in depth here?
You said it. If this game were going to Train, you would believe in Fnatic, right? And I'm kind of starting to build into that sentiment as well. I think G2 is the better team, but Fnatic on Train could definitely be a close one.
Yeah, that's what we're going to keep our eyes peeled for. We're going to be going to a break. We do have that third and final map of this semi-final. Don't worry, everyone. The Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2020 barrels on when we come back.
Taking advantage of every second, now I ain't got time to waste. They all trying to sign my name. They want me to sign my name. Counting your blessing while I count that in my winnings. We take 50s and
Let's get Australia in the arena.
Damage, but a second by the Cherry. Provan, he'll find 3 in total. That is something.
He wasn't a classic nerdy computer kid in school. He was one of the ones to get a girlfriend first and a very social person.
Typical for Finn is that he is very determined.
Ist egal, ob es jetzt beim Kartenspielen ist oder beim Tischtennis oder beim Computer, er gibt nicht auf.
What he really wants is to win a major. It's his dream, and therefore it's also my dream for him to get that.
Intel Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
One really big PogChamp is in order. Right now, we get that third and final map, the decider of this series, Fnatic and G2. One of these teams is going to have the opportunity to put a notch towards the Intel Grand Slam tomorrow in the Grand Finals. But they got to start here by winning one final little map known as DE_Train.
Let's try to set the scene then, because we haven't seen Fnatic play Train in 2020, right? We know they used to be good on the map. We kind of expect them to be good on the map, but let's be honest, we haven't seen them play it in 2020. So we kind of don't know what to expect here. We're going into the dark. Whereas for G2, they haven't played it on lane either in 2020, but it's a map they really have adopted ever since Nexa and Hunter went into this lineup. They played it 10 times the past 3 months at a lot of various tournaments. Last time it was in a qualifier online against Mad Lions where they lost it. So it's a little bit more of a, I would say, looking at Train, at these two teams, I don't really know what to expect, despite, you know, that it's two teams that have a lot of individual skill.
And Chad, we're going to get that knife round loaded up, but in the meantime, how important is this? What are we looking for right
This is more important for G2 in my mind than what it is for Fnatic. I think if G2 win this and can start CT side, then that puts them in a really good position to win this map. I think if they had to start on the T side, that's where they're going to struggle, because I've watched them play a little bit of Train, and look, I remember at Summit, all they had was doing the smoke over towards 5 lane to E-box and send Hunter out. That's what they were kind of working with. Then in some of their more recent games, you look to it, they were just doing their default spread, 1 main, 2 IV, 2 towards the box holes, and they were just trying to work picks of that. That's in that Mad Lions game that you're referencing. So if they can start on the CT side here, they can put up this wall, right? They have the individuals to do so. Nexa is a fantastic player over towards that inner bomb site for these guys. But just to elaborate a little bit more, I think we just saw G2 win the knife, so they will be starting the CT side. That's huge for them. Those results that Jacob was talking about, that Mad Lions one was from this year, okay? So they lost in double overtime. Before that, they just beat Spirit at the Champions Cup event 16-13. Spirit's not a team that we talk about as a top-tier contender. They beat ENCE 19-17. Not another team we don't talk about as a top-tier contender. And then before that, they lost to Mouse Sports at Summit against their coach standing in and Natus Vincere.
We say yikes about that one.
So their train record is not good. It's not a good train record, but they have had a decent period of time to work on train since that Mad Lions game. So this is what Jacob's saying. There could be anything coming out of the box here.
Exactly. We don't really know. We can only speak of history. We can only speak of what we think is going to happen. And I believe that both these teams will be prepared coming into Train. Fnatic, especially on that CT side, we get to see him on the T side now, but look out for JW. He's going to roam around with the AWP. He's going to be towards Inner. He's going to be towards Ivy. And he likes to play close up on Yard as well. He could be the guy that's going to put a thorn in the side of G2.
Really quickly, which team has played the better Counter-Strike up to this point leading into the Grand Final tomorrow? Who gets it more? Who deserves it more?
G2 have looked more like a team. They've played more like a team. They've been more organized. But right now we're on the big stage. Fnatic just showed it. You don't have to play the best Counter-Strike to get a win. 2 years ago, 2018, Flusher, Heartbreak, Grand Final, Train. Massive clutches. Let's see him do it again.
Let's see if he can put on a show. Let's see if he can continue the spectacle here in Katowice as we look at Fnatic and G2. We've seen Inferno. We've certainly seen Dust 2, and now we will settle this one on Train. We're going to be doing that story time with Moses and Anders.
Let's get this game on the way. Third map. I can't believe it's actually come to it. It looked like G2 were going to run away with it, but on Dust 2, it was a different story. Fnatic continuing with Golden, their captain, leading the team, out-fragging everybody. Crim's right behind him, and now we're on the third map. Jason, are you ready for this?
Oh, I'm absolutely ready. And here we go. Utility already being thrown over. It's going to be a drop-down ladder. It's going to be very, very quick. These USPs at the range can be so deadly. Fighting out in the open, Jax can't connect. Forced back towards the ladder, and Fnatic have overtaken the bomb train, but here's the counter flashes, and now the battle begins.
Well, that was actually the bomb that went down. Roland gets a shot in the face. Crims is out as well, and it's just Flusher and JW left. A fadeaway shot as he makes it past the E-box, and he can defend this for a while. Kenny trying to get close, and he'll land one more. A good double for him and for Jax, and G2 will pick up the pistol round in style, and that's in spite of the fact that they did not get any kills on the approach. It took a long time before they landed that opening.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's actually rough for Fnatic because they also couldn't get the bomb planted. That's great if you can get to the bomb train and get that planted and fall back even in a 5-on-5. So many bodies to clear out, but G2 just recovers very nicely. Headshots start coming out nice and clear. Kenny S gains some ground, and that's 1-0 for G2.
Yeah, I really think it made a difference that shot that Kenny got through the smoke was on Golden, I think, trying to put the bomb, so.
Well, speaking of Golden as well, since you just mentioned it, he's played a phenomenal series so far. He's been by far and away Fnatic's best players in these first 2 maps. They need more from the other casts. I don't think you can ask Golden to carry you all the way through a series. This is where you really need Crims, JW, Flusha, those guys with experience, Brolin, the young guy, to step up and be the force to be reckoned with here on Train, at least to start things out.
I agree. Get it back to get it back to that core and let Golden do the calling. Kind of a nice pick off early on from Brolin here, but he got double grenaded right away, so they just weren't expecting the Creek to stick around. A pretty beat up Fnatic team that's left here with, 32 health on Flusher and Brolin both. That will be an issue.
Unfortunately, I think they just have to attack this bomb site before that smoke clears. Deagle's shots and footsteps give away the game. A second player has rotated in, that's Hunter. Jax can have a fast flank up the ladder, and with only 3 players, there's not enough manpower to defend the flank, so Fnatic at a huge, huge disadvantage.
Yeah, they really do. I don't know if that smoke was meant to just sort of edge its way over. Maybe it is.
I think it landed on a Molotov.
It did, but I mean, it sort of fell over the edge, which looked really funny. Roland has got a... That could be a very cool smoke. If that's the sign that way, I want to see that more. Hunter and Nexa. And Nexa just staying hidden back there. They have a grenade to try and
look at Brolin. Brolin's going to wrap around. Brolin might be able to do this if they could slow it down long enough for him to get into the action, but he wanted both. He wanted both kills.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, no, that was the only way they were going to win that, if he was able to find both defenders of that bomb site. That's a really cool round, a really cool attempt from Fnatic to get Brolin to sneak out that way. It's just a long time for those Deagles to have to keep the attention on them.
Yeah, and he had to try and double that up for it to even be halfway realistic. So, G2 will hold on to it. And this Molotov here is... I actually thought that was going to be way scarier, but...
Flusher didn't have the HP for that kind of an engagement. Good read from Hunter. Some kind of internal alarm rings out. So 2-0 for G2. And Fnatic is back, sitting right around 2,000 on most players, and just some pistols, some upgraded, some P250, some Deagles, but not a whole lot to be happy about. And Kenny S, he's got the AWP on the board already. That's one of those fights between him and JW we wanted to see. The AWPs going head-to-head, maybe not against each other, but just in general trying to defend for their teams.
I mean, if we can get that fight on the third map, it's going to be entertaining. They actually do pick up the Krieg.
That sucks.
That's unfortunate.
Yes, I got the Krieg. Aww.
But there are so many ways that this can, this can play out. Absolutely could be AWP versus AWP. We've already seen on all the maps. When Kenny's feeling really good about it, and he starts to become super mobile, he's, running from site to site, sniping people.
Look at how much they're protecting the AWP as well.
Yeah.
They've given it to Jax on low HP, and he's just playing as far back as humanly possible while Kenny remains aggressive with the M4. Remember, it's not just such an important weapon for the defense of this map, but it's expensive. And especially in these first 3 rounds, investing in it is a bit of a risk. So no matter what happens, they want to keep that alive. And Jax, at this point, he's actually so far away from his teammates. If Krim somehow finds him, that would be a disaster.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, he's got back.
Get back to where someone can at least pick it up. What a shot. Krim's taking out Amanek, but, Krim's alone, and they pretty much know where he is, so should be able to find a way to kill him in. 10 seconds left, and Amanek actually just assisting on that one. Jax ultimately the one to get the kill. So 3-0 in favor of G2. But now let's see. I think Fnatic, it might seem a bit strange that they're playing that round so slowly when they were quite obviously not going to win it.
Yeah.
But every kill matters. They just want to take as much away as they can, whatever round it is. That's a pretty good mentality to have. Make it expensive, even if you know you're probably going to lose that round. Extra kill on Amanek means he's at $100 here, for instance.
Well, into ladder room we go. Jax was there pretty quick. No one committed. Good shot from JW. Not a tough one. Kenny S walks right into it, but the ladder room presence is going to allow the rotation to get here in time. They hear the footsteps. Golden is already trying to cheat his way down. He's very low. That actually might force Fnatic back.
Yeah, they did some team damage before they even got on the ramp, so I'm really confused about that. Similar smokers to the last round. Nexa, he's immediately traded. That is a good push. Upper and lower at the same time. And Amanek might want to think about running over this AWP. Jax is weirdly flanking, but again, it doesn't matter when there's only one player on the other side.
The bomb is down, though, so that's why he's flanking. He might have a chance at least to slow things down, get them into the action, but the bomb is picked up now. The question is, how long does Jax want to risk this weapon for this kind of a play? And, well...
He had no choice.
Yeah, yeah, that was taken out of his hands, wasn't it?
They made that call for him. That's an interesting round for a bunch of different reasons. It's great to get that kill on Kenny right away, but I'm still confused by the fact that You know, there wasn't more of a defense set up in there for G2. They actually knew a little bit beforehand, and they still kind of got caught by that upper part of the push. And left Nexer, I think, alone. I don't know. Didn't look like there was quite enough to stop that.
Was that the smoke that we saw in the previous round that they threw that left the gap towards that lower ramp?
It looked like that to me. So,
okay.
Maybe
we'll keep our eye on that one.
Keep seeing that.
3-1 for G2. All the weapons have been taken away. All the money has been taken away. 2 Deagles, 2 nades. Ooh, Hunter's got a Zeus. We enjoy that. Probably for ladder room. Brolin's going to get out. He takes a little bit of nade damage. And he's dead. This could be big. If Hunter's able to grab one with the Zeus coming down the ladder, all of a sudden you've thinned out the herd very easily, very efficiently. Jax is down to 1 HP, and they've salvaged the Krieg on Amanek.
He is so ready if anyone was going to drop in his face. And it doesn't seem like anyone will at the moment. Yeah, Molotov on Jax. That's something to work with. There's the Krieg coming into play. Instant headshot on JW. A 3 versus 4. Still, Fnatic can swing their way back in. Golden is starting to creep out long here, and or at least up at the long side of the A yard. That could be very interesting.
I think that's the only saving grace that Fnatic have is this position from Golden. I actually think the setup overall with G2 is much, much stronger. Golden needs this kill, and he's given away the element of surprise. Amanek playing with E-Box as cover with this Krieg is massive. Good shot from Crims.
Yeah, that's a very important kill. Molotov in behind, Hunter forcing him away. And now the bomb is going to make its way out. Nexa right there to get taken out, and Jax is so low on health. So they managed to find a way through here. Fnatic, you can hear them shouting. They're happy about this one. And they should be. If they'd lost that round, that would have really been a disaster. 3-2. So 2 in a row for Fnatic, although they really had to put in some effort on that one.
Starting to get some money building up, though, this Fnatic offense. And remember, much like what we saw with Fnatic and G2 on Inferno, that kind of economic back and forth at the start of the T side for Fnatic that gave them their lifeline kind of in that map. It's going to be a similar story here on Train. As long as the longer they can keep G2 from gaining a strong economy, the better it is going to be for them.
Boost. Oh, that lamp looked like it was obscuring at least one player. I don't know if he would have seen that. That's a bit scary.
Ooh, the flick down doesn't connect, but JW knew exactly where he was, and Brolin again comes right through that smoke.
Wow.
That's the op down.
Yeah, and that was just range. Krim's able to take it with the Krieg. Hunter up on top with the FAMAS. He's actually not going to get that kill away. Amanek instead, but he will finish off Golden right afterwards. Hasn't reloaded yet, and has enough bullets for the kill. He gets Lake and finally taken out, but that's pretty good just with the FAMAS. It's a 2-on-2, and a lot riding on this one early on. Still over a minute.
How did he have so much time to get all those kills? Not a single person from Fnatic was able to find his position. They must have just been fighting other players at the time, and it was just perfect peeking over and over for Hunter.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. Nexer and Amanek grouping up, which I kind of like that. It's a risk because obviously if they end up in B, then both players are going to be miles away, but...
I like the group up. I think this is an ill-advised play with 38 seconds left on the clock is to push. I mean, that's one player out of the action for so long. Now, Amanek can at least have this long-range glimpse, and this might be a kill. They might peek right into him. Oh, no. They set up for it. The jump across and the peek from JW with the op. They now have the information, and this can turn into a flank.
Wait, Amanek also goes this way. I mean, I don't know. If Nexa gets a kill, I'm guessing no one will ever imagine that the second player is also coming in from main like this. Seeing it, kind of long range with the FAMAS, it doesn't matter. That's great accuracy out of Nexa. Not the best weapon for that range. Now JW, yeah, he's so worried about it and trying to fall back. Can he actually stop this? The bomb is on the other side. You can shoot under the train, but I don't think he wants to rely on that. They're going to get very close. They line up in front of him, and that's scary. Instant kill, and back around the corner. Amanek, he's just going to sit. Hold it in. JW.
He's got it.
Yep, he's got it. Trying once, but not going to get it. And that's a big win for G2. 4 rounds.
Yeah, JW must have thought that he was going to chase him. He really bailed away from that bomb so quickly. So good recovery, good retake from G2 in the 2-on-2. And obviously Flusha, I said I kind of doubted the decision to push towards Ivy. This round it works. Flusha didn't expect that flank to be that early. Way overexposed out in the open. Oh, that's a bit silly. He's just peeking in, taking some pre-fire shots. This was, I mean, Hunter does great work. Aggressive towards the choke point, not making them comfortable, not allowing them to get out with any kind of confidence. Brolin
Looks like it's going to be speed again, especially if Brolin can get this pick off. If he finds someone right here, they're ready, I think, to try and execute behind it. Out behind E-Box now is Jax. And he's going to win the fight, actually, with the FAMAS. That's, again, not easy. With the Molotov on top, we could tell.
Well, Brolin never saw him get to E-Box. I don't even think he thought that peek was going to come in whatsoever. Kenny's now a chance for a pick-off. Either way, one shot and fall back. If you can get away. JW knows this angle like the back of his hand. There's the peek. There's the shot through the edge of the wall. And Fnatic, I think they have to pick up the pace. They have to go through this.
I agree. I think they should have gone through that. You're down a man. You've lost pretty much the entire rest of the map. For all you know, they could be pushing up Ivy right now, so you don't have the time to go back and check it. Now, they are boosting back here. And, yeah, even if they had stuck around next, they're not going to peek that. Smoke fades, and what a snipe from JW. A fight that he should not have been winning, but he did. And that brings it back into 4-on-4. They might still be successful here. The Swedish team looking for a little bit of luck early on here in the half. Nexa, though, will take a double kill at the FAMAS. Turns it into a triple. That is outrageous. Thanks, Golden and Nexa. What a champion-level play coming through here on the B-bomb side. That is so unlikely.
Yeah, especially with the FAMAS. That's a weapon that you don't expect to see delivering a sequence like that. Fnatic struggling individually in some of these fights at the moment. Nexa must deathmatch with that FAMAS. That must be a practiced weapon.
I don't even know. You'd think he'd run out of bullets even. Just doesn't.
That's unbelievable. What a job on defense. And again, he was the player that when Fnatic doesn't press the issue of that smoke, he's the one that's able to rotate over and into position. A lot of time for him.
Here's something worth maybe discussing, especially in a round like this where Fnatic have the pistols. There really aren't that many maps left in the map pool at all that are very CT-sided. Train can be one of them. If you get the economy, you get, you know, 1 or 2 orbs up and running, you have all of the grenades to stop any aggressive plays early on. Yeah, it can be very, very tough on that T side. Fnatic, obviously, that's what they need to try and avoid here. They need to get into a position where they at least can keep the G2 economy somewhat low, and those kind of shots help out.
Yeah, and then reset it. So all's not lost, but they certainly need to add more rounds onto the board. Last time these two teams met on Train was DreamHack Masters Malmo. It was a 16-5 victory for Fnatic. They've already matched 5, G2. Jax playing far back. Patiently waiting. You can understand why they're being passive, wanting to buy time for their teammates to get over into position. Jax is investigating. Amanek throws a smoke towards ladder room, and I think Fnatic are going to be fine with that. That gives him a little bit of extra cover to be able to get out.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever done it, but you can actually boost inside of that smoke to look over the boxes, and it's an incredible one-way smoke. So no one's ever really tried to do it. It could be interesting. Nice sniper away. That's some amazing accuracy. That's wonderful. Look at the master at work here. M4 tapping away. Quick quad kill. I'm going to say he would have had the last one, too, if he got the opportunity.
I don't even think some of those Deagles shot a bullet. I don't even think they had a chance to respond. Jax has been playing a great series for G2. He's up at 12 kills, 3 deaths. And it's important to note, he's been the most active player in their entry attempts on the T sides as well. So if you have your entry player with a hot hand, that immediately makes things so much easier.
One of those players, I'll be honest, I'd never heard about until he was picked up.
Yeah.
I remember Amanek from other lineups, but Jax, I just popped in and was good. Pushing in front of the smoke is Kenny S. And he's got Hunter and Jax behind him. So you see all of the smokes are down from Fnatic. There's a whole wall of them right behind G2. So this aggressive defense is actually so good for this.
Yeah, they have all the information. They know nobody's out, and also they can take over that T mid. Exactly what Jax is doing. He's clearing it out. He's going to stay there. So that takes a lot of their minds, a lot of their worry away.
And if you hold T mid and they try and crunch from Ivy and Pop Dog, if you're coming up from that Pop Dog position, it is so hard to turn and look essentially behind you to check if anyone is there.
Same issue you have coming out of T mid, and ladder room's not in your control as on the T side.
Yeah.
We'll see how they handle it. 3 players going to be coming from Ivy, at least for the moment. JW now falling back with his AWP. No smokes left. Excuse me, 1 smoke left for the Fnatic offense. 4 Molotovs. Plenty of flashbangs.
They got the bomb back here. They got Crims over at T main for the minute. Amanek About to have a fight. That flashbang does nothing at all to him, but he can't land the headshot just yet. We see the coach there on the G2 side, very tense at the moment, and for good reason. 35 seconds left. It's Flusher and Amanek traded. Broland, that's a nice pickoff, finding Kenny, and now suddenly that defense is gone. Nexa trying to push through, and that was being controlled well. What an amazing hit here out of Fnatic. I did not think that was going to work out anywhere near this well.
No, that defense needed a little bit more success on that initial battle over towards Ivy. Once they can start swinging out wide and you're forced away from that fight, all of your teammates are exposed. Kenny S between the trains. He's out in the open, and it's so hard to contain them from there. So Hunter desperately going to try and hang on to this gun. I think he should be fine. No one from Fnatic is going to chase too far across the map. So a third round for Fnatic, and this is one of those situations where they've accomplished enough with the economy to make this next round buy from G2 a little bit tough. Kenny will still have an AWP more than likely. Jax and Amanek are going to be able to have a solid buy. Nexa might be hurting a bit, but one more round, Fnatic. If they combine these 2 rounds in a row,
yeah,
the economy's gone, and all of a sudden you're looking at a very nice T-half.
I actually think if they manage to do that, then
they're set for the half.
Yeah, they've at least reached the basic level of being competitive, and that would feel great. They weren't that far away from running into Jesus.
I mean, that's just, look how hard it is when they can start swinging like that. Remember, the player on top of that train was forced all the way back into jumping off. I think that was actually Amanek.
Yeah, it was. Golden definitely feeling the pressure and the stress of the moment. 10th round coming up. Double AWP in their hands, lacking a couple of grenades, lacking armor entirely on Amanek. Could be an issue. JW, immediate jump down. That's pretty aggressive.
He's fine with it. Was hoping to beat a CT to the punch. Jax holding this with an M4. No one willing to be the aggressor. JW just hoping someone pushes towards E-Box. Now going to get smoked off. That'll change his plans. There's 2 kits on the G2 side. They've invested everything into this round. Double up setup, which you can't even argue with considering they're going to run out of utility pretty quick. 3 smokes and a Molotov and an HE left. They have no flashbang, so you want those ops to be able to just hold angles like that.
Yeah, that is exactly it. If you're lacking in the utility, nice to get that kind of a pick-off. Golden goes down. Smoke, I think maybe Amanek would have been dead if not for that. So good timing. 50 seconds, and JW, that needed to be a kill. Now they know you're coming under a bomb site once again. A smoke to buy even more time. The Molotov just to try and make sure no reinforcements. Oh, but it's a 2-for-1. I don't even know how. Amanek dropping JW and Flusher. We're going to need to see a replay of that. Crims in a 1 versus 4, and there is nothing that he could do at the moment. Trying to get back behind cover, but Nexa will find him. 7-3. What just happened?
Surely that was through a smoke or something. Amanek was all the way back by Ivy. He had no pressure on him the whole time. Let's see. Yeah, oh, he just spots the leg.
Wow.
That is ridiculous. Flusha is going to be frustrated with that one. Here we go. Full investment for Fnatic. So, listen, G2 defense, that's a great hold. They dodged the economic issues. They dodged the money problems, at least for the moment. It's still not great, but they still have the double up setup, and this time Jax beats him to the punch. Takes some damage from the Molotovs, but he at least forces them back.
I don't know if we'll see it in this half, but this game can change so much if G2 run out of money, because it opens the playbook for Fnatic to do so many more things. They can be way more aggressive, they can beat a bunch of timings, and try and see if they could go for this B-bomb side. Once again, it looks like Hunter and Nexa are inside of it, and Nexa especially, he's been so hard to take down on this bomb side. They don't have a lot of grenades or anything else, and they're just waiting for it right now. Smoke to block them off, and they're going to try and see if they can come through. That's very ambitious. Molotov goes up and helping him out is Hunter. They didn't check the corner, and a big double spray coming through on the Krieg. He turns 180 to take down Flusher, and I think they wanted to flank and run through C connector on half of that. Didn't work out.
Well, they also tried to beat a timing to have a second player at that inner bomb site. They wanted to get in there before that second one came back, but that's a perfect bait and switch for G2. That player, whoever backed up along that bomb train through the Molotov, that is a brilliant sequence of decision-making for him.
Yeah, Nexa just
pulls him right into his teammates' waiting arms. Kenny S and Amanek still with the AWP, and now with that big of a shutdown, G2, they grow the bank. They have a 5-round lead, and Fnatic have nothing. They have to call a timeout and discuss this. Yeah, Nexa and Hunter just do an incredible job at this inner bomb site.
Yeah, that's a team that's apparently very, very hard to take down. Kenny is loving his life right now, and I can't blame him for it. Up 8-3. That score is, I mean, the lead is good. It's a 5-round lead, but that's not the big deal. It's the fact that they keep the economy. They keep the Krieg there on Hunter. Sawn off shotgun on JW. All right.
Brolin's bought down to 500. It might have been him accidentally buying a shotgun.
Well, yes.
Otherwise,
make
why
lemonade.
would... Yeah. I was going to say, JW uses the Kraken.
Yeah.
That's the only skin I know of players. Almanac just waiting. Timing shot isn't going to connect. Blood, but no damage.
Strange how that works.
Yeah, it's a unique feature.
So, I mean, there is no reason for G2 to be aggressive or experimental in this round. They can probably guess the economy of Fnatic. So wait it out. Just let them show up, or let the time run out if they are willing to do it. Some damage being dished out. The Deagles are a threat. JW proving why. Obviously, the Sawn-off really not going to do anything in this range, so...
Nexus still holding on to the inner bomb site. His teammate just rotated back. That was Kenny S to throw his smoke, and ooh, Nexus is going to be tested from above. You could see him backing up to isolate himself from anyone coming down lower ramp. There's the first kill. Now he can transfer down, but his teammates are here. Actually, 2 AWPs are here. So JW, there's no access this way.
No, he's not welcome at all. Smoke is going to be fading, but yeah, long range with that Deagle. Not really a fair fight. 9-3 in favor of G2. Again, this is why Train is a little bit of a different map than many of the others in the pool right now. It used to be that we could sort of class nuke in there to some extent, but not so much anymore. Very different experience. Is Train the last map that has this feature? It's not that it always is like this. That's not what I'm trying to claim, but you can get the spiral going.
Yeah, this can slip away from you very, very quickly. Well, I mean, here's why. If you start looking at the money of guys like Jax, Kenny S, and Almanac, once you start building up money, it's hard enough to get one round on the CT side, but if they could just constantly rebuy and refresh every single nade, then that second round is just really hard to get. And the way Fnatic's been playing, I said they were, on Dust 2, they weren't playing their best game. I still think that's the case. And I think it's going to be extra tough for them on the T side here on Train to find something. If their individuals aren't on point, like, Fnatic has to have that kind of individual intuition. It's like the hallmark of Swedish Counter-Strike, and if they're not creating enough, then no opportunities open for their teammates either.
Yeah, opportunities is really, I think that's the key word. They just haven't had enough of them right now.
Entries are hard to come by when there's Molotovs and smokes in every choke point. Here's a chance against Jax.
Are they going to go for a double drop? They could be setting up for it. He doesn't have a lot of health, and oh, he turns around. I'm shocked he got the kill anyway. Brolin will take down Hunter. Almanac and Kenny now out in the yard, and Nexa on the flank, 40 seconds. This defense is going to be real close, and now that Kenny's gone down, it might not even be possible. Nexa, the flank is only good if there's any kind of a distraction, and he will get absolutely shut down. Flush up, instantly seen it. And now Almanac, I mean, they have enough money to buy in the next round, but again, saving the AWP would still be nice for them. 4th round Fnatic, and I guarantee you this is an important round here.
He could go for a Ninja Anders. He's got a smoke, he's got a kit, and they have no idea he's here. He's been here this whole time, not... Ooh, that's a great flick up. And now he has to back away.
I was gonna say, if that was how they lost the round, it would have been too heartbreaking.
That would have been funny.
Yeah?
Yeah.
A cruel man, Jason.
Yeah.
They win the round.
9-4.
9-4. That might not seem like a lot, but again, it really all matters right now. And there is a big chance for the Swedes once again here. The money, if you look at it on the G2 side, they're going to be buying a lot in here. If they could get to 5 or 6, I actually think Fnatic are just going to be celebrating going into the second half.
Yeah, 5 would be massive. It's a lot of cash that everyone's eating into. That's a pretty good flick from Almanac, all things considered. And Almanac still has some money to buy in the next round, a final round if needed. Those ops have not left their hands too frequently. throughout this half, Kenny S and Amanek. Once they got the double op setup rolling, it's been pretty efficient. A lot of utility. 2 Molotovs towards T mid.
They're out pretty quick in Pop Dog. Crims has been snuck in there. They are setting up for another A-yard crunch at the moment. They could come in at every angle. There's 4 people defending right now. 2 of them at T main. They're going to be pushing aggressively once again. So, I don't know. Hard to break right now if you're Fnatic when you've lost control of main. At least they're going to have to go back and take a look at it. Jack's back here at Pop Dog, so...
He was the one that went into main and then backed out. They threw a deep smoke to act like they still have control of it, and that actually might funnel Fnatic into a stack elsewhere.
Well, last time they did this push is when they had the fight with Amanek, who was up on top of the train.
Yes.
This time he's down low with the AWP instead. Let's see if they can land a flashbang or anything to get rid of him here. 50 seconds, that's the bomb down at Ivy. Smoke, it actually does work out right in front of him, and he can just guess, and he's got it right, taking down Golden. 40 seconds, they need to move. This has sort of already been found out. Jax is going to go down, not even checking behind him. A gap in the defense, 35 seconds. Kenny being brought in now from CT spawn as Hunter gets a kill on Crimson. Hunter's alone. He's got no backup out here. Brolin and Flusher are looking for him. Amanek trying to cover it, but Hunter got no chance. Amanek, can he do a bit more? The first shot was through the smoke, but now he needs to get that flick, and it's not going to happen. JW sneaking close. No scope. Of course he tries that, but the bomb goes down, and it's a 3-on-3. JW covering 2 people in this lineup. Good kill on 1. He escapes death, tries to get it through the wall, and now Nexa inside of the smoke and C connector in a 1 versus 3. I can't believe that Fnatic managed to force their way into this A-yard. They had to fight every step of the way, and they're going to finish the round right there. Brolin with a nice triple. That's really impressive.
They've only been punished by it twice, but it actually might turn out giving Fnatic 3 rounds. This is looking like G2. These setups that don't have a player dedicated towards Ivy, they need to fix that. When there's a 3-player down Ivy from Fnatic, they've won every time, and it's just because there's no way for anyone from G2 to cover the teammates aggressive towards mid. You have to have someone actually pushed up in mid, pushed up in ladder room, but when they're all out in the open, as soon as that part of the map is compromised, the defense just starts to crumble. It starts to snowball away from you. And listen, this is going to be a bit of conjecture, but we know in this team, obviously multilingual. Jax has been the player that they talk about has had to adjust to that kind of a situation, and he's also the one who wasn't able to kind of contain that defense later on. Amanek able to get the 1 kill, but nothing that Jax can do to turn around for the communication.
Yeah, that's a big deal. He just got shot in the back of the head for, without any chance to reply.
Especially when it's hectic, especially when there's smokes, especially in a semifinal.
9-5. The money not good on G2 here for the 15th round. They've bought whatever they can. Early attempt there for JW. Sticking around to eat that HE grenade and getting the kill on Jax. And it's all worth it. Again, 5 rounds means Fnatic are competitive. Suddenly the map is back in contention. Looked like G2 could have closed them out.
Here we go, almost. I think actually, was he tagged? No, that's Amanek up on top. It was Hunter who lost a little bit of HP. Kenny S holding on to Epox desperately, and Amanek slides into position. He's got another, holding on to this first train, swapping out for the Krieg as well. And it's hectic outside in the yard, but Fnatic coming out on top. The 3 final kills get them up to 6. And it was desperate. It was a battle to get that many rounds on the T side.
Really, really well done. They've done it. Now it's a completely open map. Anyone can win. We'll see what happens when we come back for the second half after the break.
troubled minds. Let us go down in laughter, baby. Trying to figure out what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. You are mine. Come on and run away. We wanna run away. We don't need any reasons, baby. Leave it all for the faded hearts. I don't mind if they call us crazy, 'cause they don't understand what we're after. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after. We're no kids no more. I need to feel alive in this dreadful town. I'm running out of time, and as long as you're mine, I wanna run away. We're never heading back until we're older. We couldn't care no more, not any longer. Under peach yellow skies, we keep on searching, but we will never know what we're after.
We are just half a map away from finding our first grand finalist here at Intel Extreme Masters in Katowice. It's going to be either G2 or Fnatic, and it is pretty much impossible to say which right now. It looked like G2 were about to close the door on Fnatic. They had them economically behind. They had a double up setup. They had everything going, but somehow the Swedes found 6 rounds, and that is enough.
It's just like Fnatic to just find barely enough to make this doable, just right at the end, the last 3 rounds of the half, to give them just an extra little bit moving forward. Now on defense, Flusha and Crims to defend inside, and Crims could have an easy early spot. What's not so easy would be getting away when they turn this corner. Seen one, and yeah, he bails out. They don't swing wide to take the challenge.
Yeah, but they get spotted kind of. That actually forces a Molotov. I'm almost a little bit surprised. G2 don't have that much to fight with, but they do have a P250 on Nexa and smoke on a flashbang. So once they set it up, it's going to be quick, right? They can't really mess around with these grenades, or this one grenade, really.
Yeah, well, they need to get into... I mean, Fnatic need to get a couple kills before they get this bomb planted. Flusha's going to be smoked off. He's going to transition forward, actually on top of the train, but they need at least one. 5-on-5 retakes at the inner bomb site are so difficult, and they've already lost Crims. Kenny's picks him off long range with a Glock, and almost another one. Brolin's down to 20 HP.
Really accurate shots coming out now for G2, making life hard on Fnatic. How do you actually retake this? They have a smoke and a kit themselves, but that's not a lot of comfort when you can't even get close to the site at the moment. Jax a little bit spotted out, actually forced back into a fight. I can't believe he's still alive. JW and Golden and Fnatic fighting their way back. He hasn't had a chance to reload yet. Jax will find one more kill for the double, and now it's all on Flusha, and he's not going to get a chance either. Hunter will take him down, but Jax actually picked up a double.
I don't know how he lived that long. If he goes down, I think Fnatic might be able to make that retake happen. That's now, what, both pistol rounds here on train going to G2? That's brutal if Fnatic cannot respond in this second round. It's going to be very difficult to win train if you don't get a pistol round. And Jax is just a beast. He's been it all series long. Everyone in G2 in double digits now. Fnatic have some real issues in this second half coming up.
He can't believe it either. He looked like he was just as shocked as everyone else.
It's wild seeing the rest of his teammates just get one-tapped just immediately when they peek, and Jax is able to dodge everything.
And he was Again, he was spotted as the first player. He was forced back into someone waiting for him. You would have thought that would be the immediate shutdown. But not this time. Double scout, CCs. Flusher with a CC in this B bomb site always makes me, you know...
He's got an HE grenade as well.
Yeah, it just makes me nervous. I've seen it too many times. He's got some really grotesque highlights from this bomb site.
Well, this time he holds on to the smoke. And the previous round on the pistol, he dropped that Molotov, as you mentioned, curiously early. And without a whole lot of pressure being applied. 4-round lead for the G2 offense. Those nades don't connect as the whole defense is very far back and passive.
Yeah, it's fine, I think, for G2 to be spending a little bit of time here. 45 seconds is still perfectly doable. If we get close to 30 seconds, I'm going to start to make some different noises, though.
Well, especially considering there's still 4 HE grenades on Fnatic. 2 of them outside. I don't think Fnatic really has a good read of what's coming, though. At least in that case, G2, yeah, there's not a lot of time left, but they've disguised their attack for as long as possible.
Yeah, they don't know, but one mistake, one little bump in the road, and this could be over. 16 seconds, Broline gets a kill. The bomb is making its way there slowly. Next, they're going to try and put it down, and yeah, they can't stop him. Again, that's great for G2, but what if someone is hiding somewhere on that site or just comes through a smoke? It's so risky. It's a job well done at the end of it. Crims will get a kill with a scout, but they should be able to hold on still. 2-on-3, Jax and Animec. There's no kit in play, no smokes to force any fights. Let's see what G2 could do to hold on to this round. It's Jax with an instant headshot and tapping the bomb. It's so out in the open. Crims will fall. They take everything away and they win the round. And they're going to be excited about that, but man, that's not my cup of tea.
Yeah, it does make you a little bit nervous. It is a bit rough. There are some landmines out there. Either way, they handle it pretty well. 11-6 for G2. And that was a full investment from Fnatic, so it's going to take them a bit longer on the CT side to get their economy underway and their economy beneath them.
11-6. No money here on the Swedish side. Have to wait a little bit longer before they can actually have a way to reply. But again, this is where Train becomes such an interesting map. If Fnatic could do the same thing. If they get their economy built and start to shut down G2, they're not going to be safe on that side either.
Yeah, I think it's just so tough when you think about, for me, all that's going through my head at the moment is some of the pistol rounds throughout this series. I think Fnatic's only won a single pistol round across all these maps.
Yeah, and what they've been good at previously, right, is winning the follow-up rounds, at least if they lose the pistol.
Yeah, but this has been G2 winning both pistols on Train and both the ensuing, second and potentially third round, which should be a third round victory here for G2. So, I mean, just on this map alone, you already have a 6-round advantage just from the pistols.
Stack inside a B. Even if they show up, it's not the most intimidating setup when you have no grenades. Don't mind them trying it, obviously. JW going to be put to a very tricky test with just the USP. Even with the headshots, it is not enough here. And inside a B, Nexer and Amanek are combining to try and see if they can win that fight straight up. And it is looking good. Up on the high ground there. I'm kind of surprised no one's found Golden. There we go.
They got him. They got him now. He gets a kill, and that's it. So.
Well, we had this discussion, didn't we, before, about leaving the door open for Fnatic, about putting them away when you had the chance. G2, they did that once before, and now they need to do it one more time here.
This is a problem, though. If they win just one gun round before Fnatic actually builds up any money, then Fnatic's in a whole lot of trouble. JW has an AWP with no armor. They have one kit on Flusha. Again, he has to drop down to an SMG to get it. And a lot of bodies heading towards the inner bomb site.
I think you're exactly right. If they win this round, G2, Fnatic, their economy crumbles one more time, and yet then it's panic time.
It's just going to be an inner hit. It's going to be towards that inner bomb site, at least for the moment, unless they see something they don't like, and that's exactly where Flusha only has the SMG. He does have a Molotov that he can drop, and depending on the timing of that, it could be deadly.
it's surely going to be smoked off. I don't see a world in which G2 don't smoke this particular point off when they come down the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Might as well do it.
Even if Flusha does everything perfectly at this moment, if Golden dies too early, if Golden cannot cover the upper ramp, they're in trouble. There's the Molotov.
This is such a weak defense at the bomb site. Golden trying his best.
Oh.
One more headshot. Outrageous. I can't believe he managed to get both of them. This shouldn't be happening right now. They had nothing in here. Flusha still trying to hold on to it. The MP9 and looking up, but sneaking in behind is Brolin, and now they're in a lot of trouble, G2. This should have been their round. They had the right read, the right call, and almost no defense, but it's falling apart. Hunter going down, and Kenny on 12 health, and Fnatic will win the round. In spite of everything, that is such a start for Golden.
That's the double kill from Golden that saves the day. The Molotov from Flusha makes that hit disjointed, but the 2 kills from Golden keep him alive, allow him to stay in that bomb site, stay active on the defense. And even Nexa, there was a little bit of extra delay on that because Nexa has the bomb, this player right here, who eventually will kill Golden, but he's got to fall back to watch for that flank. That means he can't plant the bomb, which forces G2 into an awkward push forward. They don't get the bonus money either. Up in Kenny S's hands, up still in JW. This time it's backed up by armor, backed up by utility and kits.
Not out of the woods yet, Fnatic. Still not a strong enough economy to really feel safe. And G2 probably know it.
That's another attack towards the inner bomb site. Right out of spawn, this is called.
Yeah, how quick can they be about it?
I mean, perhaps just feeling like they got everything they wanted, they got everything they thought they would, and just didn't win the fights against Golden. But they're going to test it again one more time.
I mean, Golden's position is even one that can be Molotov. You can land grenades down there pretty quickly. Let's see what they do. Over a minute on the clock, and they try and do it one more time. Has he got another double kill in him? He's certainly looking for it. He's going to get the one, but a swift return. Amanek with the Mac-10 running up and taking him down. So 4 on 4, and they're going to try and see if they get the bomb plant down right now. Nexa has picked it up, quick with the bomb plant. No one dare to interrupt it. And now this retake, Fnatic, if you go for it and fail it and lose the rifles, that could be your chance to be the grand finals. A dink through as they take down Hunter, and now you're definitely going to go for it. This should be very hard to hold all of a sudden. Kenny with a shot on JW to take him down, but still a 3 versus 2. And Amanek sneaking close. I can't believe they just turned it around, G2. This is a 2 on 4 that they've maybe brought back, but Kenny can't find the flick, and it will be Fnatic running up. They have a kit on Brolan. They can win the round. 8 on the board.
You can see how much more pressure there is if Golden doesn't get a double kill, if he doesn't stand tall and deliver an exceptional performance on that defense. Flusha, again, 2 rounds in a row with just an SMG, just had to back away, makes that sketchy. But good picks immediately upon arrival for Fnatic, make that retake doable. And G2, yeah, I don't even mind them going back to it because, like I said, they saw something that they liked. They said, you know, we're calling this strategy for a reason. We had the exact defense we wanted. Let's go back to it. This time they get a plant, but can't run it 3 rounds in a row. They've gone inner every single round, essentially.
Well, the big deal as well, even with the bomb plant, they actually don't have that much money. So right now, this feels like Fnatic they've withstood the test early on in the second half here, and they had to.
I think they have one more small one in this round in my mind, just because the Deagles, you have to imagine someone's going to be picking up Deagles. They're going to have some kind of danger in this, and there's 3 players that are at $100 or less on Fnatic. This is a round where they have to build money. Not just keep it in their pockets, but they need to actually grow it.
I agree. I mean, remember some of those rounds on Dust 2, where, you know, they were up against pistols and they lost 3 rifles, I think, back to back? This can't be one of them for the Swedes. This is where they have to make, yeah, I absolutely agree, maintain the economic lead. Rush towards Flusha, MP9 in play. He wants to fall back and just put down the Molotov. That's smart. Again, just make this expensive, but through the smoke, a little bit of justice and revenge. And Golden, he goes down. Amanek is charging them. He's got 17 kills, and now he's trying to catch them close to the AWP, taking down JW. What is going on? Brolan and Crims left. This is not how this was supposed to play out. They just wanted to economic damage, but they may get the round. Fnatic shell-shocked. Brolan inside of it has no idea what's hit them. A round for G2. I can't believe it.
Flusha just had no backup. He did everything he could to keep them from shuffling into the bomb site, but no one was there or in time. The Molotov forces the first rotation player in CT choke point to be fighting inside Flames. That's just not the round for G2. That might be the semifinal. That might be a shot at the trophy that they just stole away from Fnatic with this one rush. And props to Amanek for keeping the pressure, pushing the whole time, never slowing down. And they barely invested everything. Look at how the money has ballooned for G2. 4 players, right around 4,000, and back to the inner bomb site. They're saying, Flusha, we're going to take care of you all day long.
Golden will land one, but yeah, he can't do it with the deal here. Shooting Flusha through the smoke. That there is some sort of poetic justice in play there. Hunter turning around for it, and yeah, he's going to have the timing against Brolin, trying to sneak on through. 14 rounds is where they're going to land G2 here. This is so close now.
Well, this is so many rounds towards the inner bomb site. This is the next step of this G2 attack, is you're starting to train Fnatic. Like, they can no longer get away, even if they want to. They need a second player inside with Flusha. They've just shown that they're not afraid to go inside. They're not afraid to rush it with MAC-10s. They're not afraid to slow it down and to go with AK-47s out the upper ramp and do a set piece. But now that's going to overexpose the outer bomb site. So Fnatic, oh man, that rush is so brutal. This is really their last shot. It's taken the AWP away from JW. Flusha again is going to be playing with an SMG. Think of how you can fake the inner bomb site if you're G2 as well.
Yeah, and you could even just, like, how much pressure would you need to apply normally to get Flusha to use the grenades? Well, now it's almost nothing, right? He has to put down those Molotovs early. He has to try and do it. They brought Golden over.
Part of me kind of hopes they were going to rush it again. Yeah, they have to. 2 players, Nexa and Hunter, and this time they want to get aggressive. Kenny S with the run boost, looking for a peek. The utility for Fnatic is atrocious. 1 kit. No flashbangs. Excuse me, 1 flashbang on Flusha. Not only have they brought Golden over, but they've actually put, what is that, Brolin in ladder room to have a fast flank if need be.
Yeah, they're rightfully paranoid about this particular thing. They might go B, but with Amanek lurking out Ivy, that would be an interesting wrinkle. Not always easy to pull that off. JW just a blind shot through. Doesn't really know where Amanek is, or if he's even there. They're setting up for a bit of an execute. Let's see if JW over-rotates. If he starts running, Amanek will hear it. He's hiding inside of the smoke, and on the other side, let's see. Execute in, but JW patient. He'd already been called in by a team. I'm guaranteeing it. They'd already called that out. Nice entry anyway. Jax and Nexa opening up the bomb site. They just cannot hold it. Fnatic, this is a nightmare. Another kill comes through. Jax is unrelenting, and he's finally brought down, but that double kill might have still done it for them. Crimson, Broland, what do? You
have to save. I mean, Flusha had the kit. That's going to be at the inner bomb site somewhere, but how do you find the kills quick enough to even pick that up and recover it and go for more? And this is everything you have. Your money's even worse after this round if you lose everything. There's Nexa finding Brolin, and Crims has to back away. He'd love to pick up a better gun, but this B bomb site is crumbling.
Just hitting the same weakness over and over again. Even just a slight variation. I'm impressed that JW didn't immediately run, because that would have just made that round worse, but didn't matter in the end. The entries are so powerful. Jax with a double, Nexa with a double, 15 and 8, and this is semifinals point here for G2. They're a round away from being in the grand finals.
I wonder if this is actually G2 identifying a weakness before this game, because look at the way they've called. Remember, they lost rounds 4 and 5 attacking the B bomb site. Or excuse me, they won a round, but they lost that round, that retake where they actually had the bomb site. Yeah, 4 and 5. They had the double kill from Golden and then the retake in the following round. But then they kept going to it, and then it started working. So it's bold to call B hits that frequently. Amanek out mid. He's picked off.
Yeah, just trying to run the gauntlet. Deep grenade actually lands a little bit too far behind them. But yeah, it's all on this round here. The Swedes, they need 7 in a row. They can make no more mistakes. And G2 coming out through the smoke, trying to take a bit of a fight at Pop Dog. It's looking very disjointed right now for G2. Been segmented out here in the yard and pinned down behind all the train carriages. Not looking good at the moment. And that's a flawless round out of Fnatic. I think it's going to take more than 1 round this time to bounce back.
Yeah, I think it's too little too late to imagine, 6 more rounds without a mistake out of Fnatic. That's going to be so difficult. And they...
Don't say that, Jason. Don't say that.
Listen, this isn't 2016 Fnatic, 2015 Fnatic.
G2 fans, you know where to find him when the
curse strikes.
When the curse strikes. I don't know. If I'm G2, I'm not thinking any thoughts like that.
Well, remember, we actually casted a pretty good comeback from Fnatic, the finals of Katowice in 2016 against Luminosity, the Brazilians. Was it 12-3, 13-2 at half that Fnatic recovered from and ended up winning in overtime? That was in the grand finals. Here in the semifinals, 6 more rounds of a comeback for Fnatic. And that's just for overtime as well.
Yeah, but if it gets to overtime, the whole mental game changes, doesn't it? A different fight at that point in time. Jax at 20, Nexa at 20, Amanek at 19, Kenny and Hunter at 16 and 15. That's a tremendous team effort coming out right now from G2. What a revelation they've been this tournament. Oh, and a wall bangs shooting.
Oh, he got both!
No way!
Have you ever seen anything like it? Kenny S has started his team off. They don't even realize it yet. But they'll see on the kill feed the assists.
And if you're Brolin, I mean, he got grenaded afterwards, you're going to be thinking, what? That is, I've never seen that ever happen before. But he watched Train at least 200 times.
Well, more than that, for sure.
It's going to be...
Well, it's gone from bad to worse for Fnatic as they line up potentially their last defense across the map. Brolin in ladder room with that low HP. As you mentioned, one more nade, if he doesn't move out of the way fast enough, would do it. A player on the middle train in the outer yard and a player close to Ivy. That's JW. All individual defenses. And how does Brolin play this? If he has to fall back with this HP and reposition himself, where the hell does he go?
Yeah, I mean, you just don't know. He's also in a position where they can throw Molotovs behind him and grenade. He's actually in a lot of danger here. It's going to be a smoke instead to try and see if they can force him back. And it looks like, can you guess it? They might end up back at that B bomb side. I think Amanek is just making noise. He does go down, so if they want to go B, they should probably speed it up. There's only 25 seconds here. Maybe a chance for Fnatic in spite of all the early damage. Jax looking for an opening, and this time he does not get it. For once, they are stopped. 17 seconds. Nexa will get another one in return, and walking right into the shot, but there's no bomb plant here.
Oh!
And he turns around for it. 10 seconds, though. Kenny, he might be good, but he can't get the bomb in time here. Fnatic will get to 10 rounds.
That's pretty baller that he's able to open up the escape route behind him, though. There was no, I thought he was dead for sure. Oh, and those softened up shots through the wall, they don't have an impact. 15-10 as Fnatic just barely cling onto this game. This is freakish. That's a tag.
Yeah. Well, we're not going to see that happening for a long time. 15-10. That was one of the 6 rounds Fnatic needed, and it looked like it was about to go horribly wrong with all the damage early on. Kenny, as you said, somehow ridiculously finding an opening to steal the AWP back into the next round, which means he's still pretty dangerous.
And keep up the conversation about money as well. If Kenny can just find a couple kills with it, or maybe one kill that provides an opening for the Deagles. Flush at 600, Brolin at 200, Crims at 150. Probably the best thing you could say about the Fnatic defense at the moment is that at least Flush is not stuck with an SMG still.
No, he's got a bit of an upgrade, and he's got Golden with him to try and help out. They've got so many grenades between them, smoking the ramp again. Kind of annoying. Kenny would love to get the jump down and open it all up. Grenade then actually goes over the wall there to do a little bit of damage, but when that smoke fades...
Surely they pop flash him through and he just peeks it like this.
You might just be waiting for it to fade and just kills Flusher. If he's standing in that way, I think it's going to do just that. Oh, there was the opportunity. He misses it, 45 seconds. He's got on a low ground, but that Molotov, yeah, burning his teammates right behind. They're on the site, and they're bringing the bomb in. Golden sneaking up on the one side. Flusher on the other side turns for the flashbang, but can't see Kenny. There's a good opening for Golden. Huge double kill to try and bring them back in the retake. Kenny's down with the AWP. Hunter and Amanek left 2 versus 3. Can they do this if they can clutch their way into this one? It's the grand finals on the line. Hunter with one big headshot, but he's shut down before he get that flashbang out. And Amanek with just a deagle and almost no chance. The smoke is going to be going up, and Crims will take him right down. 15-11. Fnatic stay alive and stay fighting.
Just barely. Money's not great, though. G2's keeping them pressure up in that regard as well. But this comeback is looking okay. It's tenuous, but Fnatic's going to be fine with how they're doing so far. Double up setup now for the CT side, which at least can be something. Still, this inner bomb site, It's not that it's weak, it's that, I mean, G2's just getting in. There was some weakness there early on, obviously, when G2 was winning these rounds. At least now Fnatic is coming out on top, but that's a part of the map that G2 is having some success in.
I mean, enough success that any one thing goes wrong for Fnatic, and they're out.
Oh, the peak!
Charging down the line, running in a straight line, and JW able to pick that kill up, no problem. 4 men in the yard, just Flusher inside, and again, in spite of the weakness, they have nerves of steel right here, Fnatic, and they win the 2 opening fights.
It's happening again, just like Inferno. Fnatic seem to be playing stronger as this goes on, as this comeback goes on. Good shot from JW again over the flames. 5 on 2, and not a single point of damage is done to Fnatic.
Bit of a weird miss and an excellent shot from Hunter. But it's a 2-on-5, and they've just got that first kill.
He could actually do this.
Yeah, he could do it, but they're already waiting for him. There's some heads-up play. Smart thinking from Crims, not making any mistakes this time. And Amanek, yeah, he's being flanked already. But you're right, if he gets the kill and they get the bomb down...
Yeah.
Wow. 15 to 12. They're actually bringing it very far back at the moment. And G2's economy, again, without the bomb plants, it's stretching thin.
This makes you wonder about that Mach 10 rush towards the inner bomb site that G2 just snatched away from Fnatic for no good reason. What happens if that doesn't occur? What happens if Fnatic is able to establish their economy when G2's still only at 13? This defense now, they've rattled off 4 in a row. They've got money now. They've got the AWP on JW still. They've gone away from the double up. And for G2, they've just called their final timeout.
Yeah, they don't even have any more left. That in itself is hard to deal with.
This is where that experience we mentioned in Map 1 comes into play. All the trophies that JW, Crims, and Flusher, that core of Fnatic have won, the amount of times they've won on this stage itself, this specific stage. No strangers to these scenarios. Smokes come up.
Very, very deep Ivy smoke on JW. Flashbang, and he just takes the timing shot. Molotov to try and hold them back. I think they would actually have loved to have tried to speed that up and, again, just draw back that beat defense, maybe. They're going to go for it anyway here.
Oh, they're going to try an old school split through CT spawn.
He's so ready for it, JW. He's in such a safe position. Does miss the chance, and Kenny, that's a CC. Nice taps going on.
Kenny's pulling so much attention away. The beat bomb site is wide open. This is a completely faked out the defense. Fnatic, yeah, it's a Galil, it's a Mach 10, and it's a Deagle. It's still going to be a tough retake.
Yeah, they're really far away. It's going to be 10 seconds before they're even close to doing this, so that's already so much time off the bomb. There's a single flashbang on Nexa. Out of all the ways you could lose, this is not how you want to try and do it. And look at how paranoid they are. They're so worried about someone being pushed up forwardly that they're still waiting. Fnatic, now is the time to move. They don't have a smoke to try and go for the defuse. They need to run and shoot right now. Time is of the essence. Amanek goes down. Nexa and Hunter left trying to stay tall here. Nexa's dropped, and that means Hunter up on the high ground. He's going to have to jiggle peek this all day. They're already on the bomb, and that's a bit of a shutdown. Right back to it. Brolan immediately on the defuse. 3 kills. They don't get it. G2 have done it.
Oh, off the back of a fake. It was the inner bomb site the whole half. G2 found a weakness, and they pummeled it over and over, and Fnatic has got to feel shocked, stunned. That's how they normally beat teams. And G2 find themselves on the grand final stage, the champion stage, inside of the Spodek.
That is so ridiculous. What a punishing map that was for Fnatic. B, again and again, they knew they had them soften up, and they just kept punishing it. That's a strong message sent here. G2, incredibly powerful. And Kenny, what it must feel like for him to be in the grand finals.
It's the first time Kenny S has actually played on the Spodek stage, the first time he's made it into the playoffs, and he's in the grand finals. He's got a chance at this trophy, a chance to get his name on the trophy on his very first attempt, and it's such a deserving opportunity for a legend such as Kenny S.
Yeah, amazing performance here from the entire team. This is a heartbreaking moment, obviously, for Fnatic. They got a taste of their own medicine and then some. They nearly ran it back. And again, that 1-Mac-10 round, we're going to be talking about that at some point surely as well. I can't believe what we just witnessed.
They did it twice, 2 Mac-10 rounds.
2 Mac-10 rounds, you're right. We do have OJ with Kenny down on the stage.
Thank you, Anders. I mean, there's a million questions we can ask here. First off, congratulations. First time in the knockout stages and now a grand final.
It feels really great. It was a really, really intense game. As you can see on the last round, it was really tough. Like until I killed the bomber, I'm like a lot of emotion right now, especially seeing the end of the game. So really happy about the performance today and throughout the tournament overall. So yeah, happy.
Well, talk me through that final round. So it was an eco, you just managed to hold on. I don't think anyone had realised that the win was there for you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why I felt like the rotation was really slow. So we are gaining a lot of time, and at that point I feel like Hunter just had to kill the guy defusing the bomb to win the round, because yeah, the rotation was pretty slow.
You spoke about beforehand in an interview about you're playing at the moment with fun. It's all about playing CS with fun. Do you still feel that heading into a grand final? Yeah,
obviously. I mean, if we win, if we perform, it means that we are fun. I mean, within the team, the atmosphere is really great. We are really comfortable playing together, which was not maybe the case few weeks or few months back. So yeah, a lot of work put into this team, and that led us in grand final in Katowice.
I asked Nexa beforehand about what he had brought the team that had brought the best out of you. He's got the best Kenny S I think we've ever seen. What is the relationship like? What has he brought to the team that's making you play as you are?
It's me, Nexa, everyone. We have, as I said, like the atmosphere is really great. Nexa has been improving so much since I met him. I remember like telling him in Blast, that's the best game you ever called with me. And since then, he's just like calling super well. So he's using me. I do whatever I want, and I'm really happy to be in this team. I feel really good, and everyone is feeling comfortable, and you can see it.
It was entertaining to watch. It was great to watch. The trophy's down there. You're in a grand final tomorrow, best of 5. How much do you think you'll be taking that trophy home at the end of tomorrow?
I don't know. First of all, we need to know our opponent. I think we will want to play Astralis, even if Navi also deserve a spot. We are really aiming for the win right now, because here we are, we're in final. So we want to win, like really, really bad. Like we wanted to be in semi-final, like we wanted to be in final. So yeah, we want to win really bad.
Well, you're in the final. Bon chance, Kenny, bon chance. Just sign that lens for me and we'll see you tomorrow in a grand final here in the Spodek.
An amazing moment nonetheless. We've got several of them to recap here with Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. And holy smokes, there was a lot going on in this series overall. There's just so much to recap. Let's just start with some of the heroics that we saw here from the side of G.
It all started in Dust 2, right, with Jax coming in. That was a crispy little session for him. We didn't expect him to have a good game, I would say. Sorry, Inferno, that is. We didn't expect him to have a good game, but he was the man of the match in that one. Jax is supposed to be the weak link, but this time around on Inferno, he showed what he's made of. He can be a star player as well.
Yeah, number 2 was on Dust 2, and that's when JW and some of those miracle rounds we were talking about popped up on our screen. We had him with the AWP defending a mid to B here, and he hits a couple of no-scopes and then a couple through the smoke as well, making it look easy in classic JW fashion, getting them across the line on Dust 2.
It's the way he's maneuvering around in those smokes, right? Which is just, you know, it's pretty phenomenal stuff, albeit commiserations over there to the Fnatic side. He's certainly not going to be the only candidate we have, guys. We do have that of Brolin, a 4K here on the B side of Dust 2. He does it with what seems like relative ease.
Sure, and it was great to see him come alive, right? Because he's had a rough day, I would say. Yesterday he wasn't playing too well either, and this tournament hasn't been, you know, Brolin's best tournament, but he came alive on Dust 2 and he gave Fnatic another shot of getting to the final.
What about this 3K on Train by Hunter?
Well, it's the man of the hour here. This 3K right here, look, it's not the heroics of the last round getting that 1 kill and having the bomb go off in a 1-on-4 situation, but it was instrumental in that first half. They were still pushed on Train, and for them to come on out here, Hunter was a key part of that, an individual who has been stepping up for this roster.
That's right, the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Plays. I'm going to need you all to load up your Twitters right now. Head over to @IEM, get your votes in there for whichever one you think is the best power play. Of course, we will go back over that here shortly. And for the time being, we should probably start to talk a little bit of counter here, because this got real spicy towards the end. We saw how that played out in the last round. And quite frankly a storytale ending almost.
I was starting to smell an OT right there. I think Fnatic, they actually were on the course of coming back into this game.
Yeah.
There was 2 rounds that stood out to my mind, right? Round number, I believe it was 21, where G2 decided to rush inside with a force buy. Amanek got 2 kills.
Amanek 10. Amanek 10.
Amanek 10 got 2 kills, and there we go. That was all they needed to string off a few rounds after that as well. So it wasn't that G2 had a great T side. They won the pistol, converted the pistol round, and then they won 2 force buys, and that was basically it. So again, Fnatic, they weren't, necessarily out of this game. They won the opening duels charts as well, 18-10. So I think G2 got, I wouldn't say lucky, but Fnatic just didn't have the coolness in order to close out this map.
Chad, if I say something along the lines that Flusha didn't necessarily deliver in the series like perhaps we've seen here in the past, is that pretty fair?
Well, he was under siege on that inner site, right? And that was his responsibility right there. We got the last round here on the screen with the defuse not coming on in there and G2 getting that round. But I want to talk about that Amanek round a little bit more, right? Okay. So round 21, the one that Jacob's referencing, because they pushed so far forward and took CT spawn control, you could see that rotation that Kenny was like, the rotation took forever on the final round. That is the ramifications of round 21 bleeding into the final round of the game. They had to clear out CT spawn because they expected G2 to push up in the same fashion as they did on that round 21, whereas they just played that post plant more passively, and that milked so many essential seconds off the clock.
You know what? I love that. I love that point you bring up right there, because it takes a lot of cojones, let's put it that way, in order to make Fnatic respect you, right? Fnatic is a team that don't respect anyone. They play aggressive Counter-Strike. That's in their identity of the way they play. We heard Golden say that coming into the matchup, but Chad brings up a great point right here. They played with respect because G2 deserved the respect.
They absolutely did. G2 have come through here and put on quite the show, and we are going to continue with that. First, though, we need to catch up with the side that was less fortunate today, and that's going to be that of Fnatic.
Well, Fnatic were able to make it to 3 maps, but unfortunately they couldn't make it to the grand finals on this occasion. JW, talk me through it.
Rough, obviously. I really felt that we could take that to overtime in the 3rd map. We completely threw away that round, the last round. Such a shame, because I think it was a great series overall, and it didn't really get the ending it deserved. Props to them, though. They abused our rotations. They managed to kill me in Ivis. They abused me there as well. So props to them for a well-played round.
And props to Fnatic as well, because it was something like 78 days between your last match and IEM Katowice as well. So you hadn't played for so long, and yet you turned up and you absolutely dominated on your way to get here. What's next for you guys?
Back home, practice, especially put some time into the pistol rounds. I think we lost like every pistol round here, and if we won it, we lost the round after. So yeah, that's not how you're gonna win against top opponents. So yeah, and then practice hard, go into ESL Pro League, and hopefully play better there.
Well, thank you so much for talking to me, JW. Congratulations on making it to the semi-finals, and we'll see you in Malta. Let's head back to the desk.
Yes, that is a rather sombering end to the run there for the side of Fnatic. And overall, a pretty impressive thing, considering if it's true that they didn't win a single pistol here. They got this far. That's not bad.
It was a close game, let's be honest. Fnatic, they did push G2 a lot, and I think, as we were speaking about coming into this matchup, this was probably the biggest test G2 have had so far. You posed the question that G2 didn't necessarily have met, a strong opponent so far in this tournament, or not a strong enough of an opponent in order for you to believe in them. After this game, do you feel any different?
Yeah, well, with those conditions in play, right, having to play on the stage here and then performing with the same way that they have been throughout the rest of the tournament, right, aggressive Counter-Strike, heads-up Counter-Strike, and then in crunch moments, when you have 15 rounds and you're happy to just play these really, really fast rounds, they had struts in their back pocket to pull out to abuse the tendencies of Fnatic. You saw that on Inferno, the nadings of the sandbags, the nading of top banana, here abusing the rotations towards that inner bomb site. They've definitely done their prep. They're looking fantastic as individuals, and they're believing, right? So I can start to believe now. I think they did a fantastic job here, and that was the biggest hurdle for me, was can they play this type of Counter-Strike on the stage in the playoffs, and they've done it.
Yeah, they have absolutely done it, even more so of doing it. There's a crazy statistic here put together by Mr. Carmack, but it's something that is kind of mind-blowing to the point that the average age of these players and what it was around the time of the first Intel Extreme Masters. You ready for this?
Yeah, hit me.
This is insane. So Brolin was 4 years old. The team had an average of an age of 10.8 years old overall between Flusha, JW, Krims, Gold, and Brolin. We had Flusha at 13. JW was 12. That's pretty crazy.
So this is when the first IEM went down, right? Yeah. And who was the winner of that one back then? That was PGS.
Pentagram G-Shot.
So that's with old boy Cuban, who's actually here over on the desk doing the Polish side of things. He won that, and Brolin is now playing on that stage. So interesting.
It's super interesting, especially you look at the G2 side. We might as well cover them too, because obviously, they win it.
Yeah, the victors.
Tell their story. Nexa was 9 years old. 9 years old. Now he's over here going to a grand final of the Intel Extreme
You're just making me feel old. That's all you're doing right now.
I did that for you, Chad. We're going to be going to a break. When we come back, we're going to be talking a little bit about this next and final semi-final. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Don't move a muscle. We'll be right back after this break.
Everything I envision, now everybody gon' win this. Only difference between us is I ain't stop till I finish. Yeah. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top of the world right now. I feel on top of the world, I feel on top.
And with the little guns, it's a big round!
On Intel Extreme Master Certified PCs, you'll find a gold badge. It means you'll find brilliance inside, that you'll get high-grade components like Intel Core i7 and i9 processors that'll deliver the uncompromised performance you need to game like a pro. Not to mention, every purchase supports the prize pool of Intel Extreme Masters. Intel, unleash your brilliance.
Everybody loves an underdog. Who needs to be liked?
Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
For them, to simply exist is not enough. They must strive for more. They risk everything to build a legacy, just to have it torn down. Many have tried to reach the unobtainable, but only a few achieve greatness. They have many names. We call them stars. Euronics, a human touch in a digital world.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
NL Extreme Masters is brought to you in part by Intel, Acer Predator, Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, Vodafone, and Euronics.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for that Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Power Play poll result that we asked you to vote for. And just like Katowice Fried Chicken, that last matchup was finger-licking good. I'm ready to start talking about these plays, but first we need to take another look at them. What do you guys think?
Look, this one isn't as clear-cut as the whole situation we have with Simple. Might be a little bit more difficult, but we're going to replay these for everybody at home. This is the Jax 4K with the clutch in the 1-on-2 scenario on Inferno there. He was an absolute monster.
He followed that up with JW, had a strong presence, CT side on Dust too. This is a nice clip of him rolling it out with the AWP.
Yes, that's exactly right. Then Brolin comes in here. Baby Brolin, they're calling him.
Little baby Brolin with a clutch here to secure Fnatic the second map. Unfortunately, not enough.
What about this Hunter play? What do we know about it?
I mean, man of the hour right here. He had a strong CT side, and he was the guy actually finishing out the game for G2 in this one. So I could see why people would vote for Hunter.
If you had to vote, Trace, who would you vote for?
You know, this is a tough one. Honestly, I do like the Brolin clip,
okay,
but
they didn't win though.
Yeah, they didn't win. You know, honestly, it's too tough. JW did some maneuvering around there. It's not bad. Who did win though?
Jax.
Take a look. It does look like Jax, yeah. So congratulations to Jax, and of course all of you for voting and making this very much a reality. We're going to take a look at that winning clip one more time and put this all into perspective for you.
He had a strong presence on Inferno, right? We didn't even talk about him coming into the game. I think that's the problem, right? He was the best player on the server on Inferno, and he's supposed to be, dare I say, the weak link of G2. And if your weak link on your team can do this, then you're off pretty good.
And he's an entry fragger for this team, right? You look at some of the situations this guy finds himself in. He has fantastic aim. So Jax, he could be a name tomorrow that might be getting screamed at the top of the caster's lungs if he's able to pull off some plays like that.
He absolutely might be, in hell, he might even just win the Mountain Dew Hemp Game Fuel Power Play again. It just depends what we get tomorrow. But we don't exactly know what's on the agenda for tomorrow just yet. We have one more semi-final coming your way. It's going to be Na'Vi taking on Astralis. So Christmas already here pretty early.
It's a pretty cool matchup, let's be honest. We kind of talked about it a little bit yesterday.
Yep.
We have Simple going up against Device. We have Astralis back in a shape where I think they could potentially win the tournament. Na'Vi, they're just getting better and better game by game.
Let's do that. Let's start our focus on Na'Vi right now. Maybe talk a little bit about their run through this bracket. You can take a look here and see that, yes, they did drop the Fnatic. Fnatic having just been eliminated. There's another shot here.
It feels like Na'Vi have gotten better and better every game that we've been watching from these guys, right? They've been ramping up. This is kind of practice in front of our eyes because this team, as we talked about, Perfecto only joined the squad in late January. Obviously, Guardian got the boot. Perfecto's come on in here, an individual who hasn't played Tier 1 Counter-Strike consistently. He was part of Simon Gaming before. But now this team, I guess the narrative coming out of them is if Simple's starting to believe he has a team behind him who can actually win, it's a completely new look Na'Vi. It's not just the carry mode Godman himself anymore.
No, it's certainly not. We look at these highlights and we say, okay, well, these are pretty close matches, all things considered. And then there's this matchup between Liquid and Na'Vi yesterday. That's where we ended the day.
That was a good one, right? And Simple, he showcased exactly why he is so dangerous and exactly why he's considered to be the best player in the world by many. He's back on the AWP. It's a nice change of pace. He was playing the rifle a lot.
Yeah.
Guardian was on the lineup. I necessarily didn't like that. He wasn't performing to the same level. Now that he's back, it's starting to look good. And as you said, he believes in his own team, and I think that's a vital point to raise.
Yeah, he's got a lot more space coming into things now, and I think, you know, he had that showstopper moment yesterday, that 1-on-4 situation on Dust 2 that I think everybody who's visited the million people over on Reddit now probably saw that clip once or twice. That changed the tone of that map right there. So with an individual like Simple who can come out and make plays to change an entire scape of a game, and then to have, look, they're looking better as a team. Their fundamentals are on point. They're actually playing good Counter-Strike.
And the weirdest part is this, right? I mean, we don't talk about Simple being the IGL over there, but we do talk about him being a leader figure. I think that that's pretty fair to say. He's kind of emerged as a figurehead within this lineup due to being one of the senior ones there.
When you're dropping 30 frags pretty much every single
I'd follow him in.
Yeah, you just do whatever he says and whatever he tells you to do. Simple is a world-class player. He's one of the best players in the world, and he's been for quite some time. So, of course, he's a leader figure. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, you could maybe argue that his attitude, there was some problems in regards to that. He's matured a lot as a player. You can see it both in and out of the server. So I have the huge respect for Simple, and if you're a teammate of Simple, if you're Perfecto coming into Na'Vi, you got to respect him from the get-go.
You got to be loving it. You absolutely have to be looking at that and saying, you know what? Thank you so much. Appreciate you big time. Speaking of big time, we do have Astralis. Now, these guys have obviously made a mark in this city a few times, and then, hell, they made a mark through these brackets as well.
Defending champions.
Yeah, you know, defending champions, and with all due respect, I think they got a bye in the first round against Cloud9.
Okay.
On that one. They moved on to play Vitality, a team we didn't know what to put coming into this tournament. You know, some people think they're really, really good. Some people think they're just Team Saibu. I'm a little bit in between, but Astralis managed to beat them 2-0, and so far, you know, it's been looking good for Astralis. They didn't start out 2020 like fire. They didn't start out at London, you know, just by beating everyone as we expected. But slowly but surely, it seems like they're getting back on top. And we know Astralis, they are big stage players. They are big tournament players. Every single time there's a big trophy to be fought for, Astralis shows up, and they show up in a great shape.
You were talking about the big time, Trace. These guys are the big time,
They are,
right?
yeah.
You don't have a team who has touched Counter-Strike that are as good as these guys as a team, right? We talk about Simple, in my opinion, the greatest player to ever touch the game as an individual, while Astralis, the greatest team to ever touch the game. These guys here have revolutionized the way we appreciate the game. Now, look, I sound like a broken record over the last 2 years with how they've been playing, but we have to keep pushing that point home, right? We have to push that point home. They have changed the scape of Counter-Strike, but there's one little factor here. These two teams have already played. These two rosters have already played. It was in London. Na'Vi won somehow on Nuke and Inferno. Now, that's an anomaly.
Yeah.
That's really blown me out of the water. It's like when I witnessed that live. But can it happen again? Like, I don't know.
You know, Chad, speaking of witnessing live, look at what we got walking into the arena.
Tom Cruise.
We got a couple actors in attendance here at Katowice.
Okay. No, well, look, they're here and they mean business, right? We know when they rock up to events like this, they just have their eyes on that trophy. They're the most professional team we've got out there. At least they've been setting the way for that. And if they can come out here and keep doing what they've done in the past, look, this team, their story is still being written, right? So I don't know what to expect from this game coming out here, but I hope we have some fireworks.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving parts around that camp. You know, we talk about some of the auxiliary components that they're bringing in or how they morph the game this, there, and in. But in this moment, we're actually able to talk to the Papa Bear himself. We do have Zonic standing by. I think Frankie was able to grab him.
Any introduction with me. We're walking down the player tunnel on our way towards the Spodek stage. Zonic, you were so familiar with this stage by now. How many times have you been on it?
I guess that this will be my 5th time. First time was with Astralis in 2016. So yeah, I guess this is my 5th time.
And can you remember that winning moment we can see here on the tunnel wall in 2017?
Yeah, I can. It was actually not long after we won our first major. So it was where we kind of cemented our place as the best team in the world at that time. So good memories. Don't care too much about some of the other years, but no, it's all in all been a great experience every time we have come here to Poland.
And what does it mean to win in Katowice, regardless of major status? Because this is one of the trophies to lift, really, isn't it?
I mean, besides majors, obviously Cologne, Katowice, and Copenhagen, for good reasons, are some of the most special events for us in Astralis. It's most prestigeful, it has a lot of history, and obviously we want to win and be 100% prepared every time we go here.
Well, let's keep walking because I definitely want to come and look back at 2019, of course. Only a year ago, feels like yesterday, Zonic. It was Astralis' 3rd major win. For you, was this the most important major to win? Because I spoke to Dupree the other day and he told me that it was probably his favourite winning moment of all time.
I think it was very special for all of us, also due to the fact that Dupree just lost his father before the event. It was we are luckily just challenged within the game, but this time around we had some external things and we had to take care of. So it was really great, and it was very special for all of us because it meant a lot to Peter, so that we can give him and his father and his whole family that win. That meant a lot to us.
Now, going on to today, you're playing Na'Vi. They did beat you in London. It was a bit of a surprise victory. I think it was a surprise to them, to be quite honest. Glaver said in an interview on HLTV that you guys are trying to tighten up the structure again. But with the way that Na'Vi's playing, those players being all on fire, how are you going to be able to shut them down?
I think that structure is the key. We can't give up too many mistakes because Simple and Electronic, they will definitely punish you if you do so. So for us it's about playing the percentages and being structured so that you don't give room to these kind of players. They have a lot of freedom and can do a lot, but I think that we have a pretty good game plan. We have been studying them quite a lot for the past 12, 18 hours.
A little bit of stalking.
Come in?
A bit of stalking, Danny.
Yeah. I've been I don't know much about them in real life, but I know definitely a lot about them in the game right now.
Ominous. I love it. Thank you so much, Sonic. We'll be seeing you play Na'Vi on the stage just through those double doors very shortly indeed. Good luck.
Well, yeah, so 18 hours worth of research. You can learn a lot about some folks that way.
Was that a spoiler from Frankie? Double doors? Are we playing Dust 2?
That could have very well been that.
We get the maps?
I'm thinking there's a chance we have a time for
Don't do this again.
Here.
Don't do this to us again.
But I don't know. I'm not entirely sure. I don't think so. Either way, that is going to be a very crucial part of this entire affair, isn't it?
Yeah. Last time, like I said, Nuke and Inferno, if they can win on Nuke and Inferno again, or if we even have those maps come up again, that's insane, right?
Boom. Here we go. I got you guys. We got a little
No
bit
Vertigo,
of a veto.
no Mirage. We kind of expected that. I wouldn't expect.
I expected that.
We've seen that time and time again, and I like it from Astralis. They don't give a damn that they lost in London on Nuke.
It was 69 though.
In London, you know, it wasn't even Astralis showing up that tournament.
And they got rid of Inferno, which makes sense because Train was actually Na'Vi's pick when they played last time, and Astralis absolutely destroyed them. I was going down to the lobby last night, and I saw Simple, and I said, "Simple, are you guys gonna pick Train again?" And he goes, "What do you think?" I said, I would say you don't want to. Now, he couldn't understand my Australian accent, and he thought that they were going to, and we had this whole conversation. But I'm glad they didn't pick Train, because last time it wasn't pretty whatsoever. Dust 2 has been working for them, but this is where I expect Zonic's homework to really come out. If they just want to go for those 5-man long plays, Zonic's going to have a counter or two for that, surely.
Yeah, surely, and that's what we're going to have our eyes kind of set on. We're going to have Dust 2 first, so that's pretty exciting. Right out of the gate, we're going to get some pretty awesome Counter-Strike here. Right out of the gate, we're getting a semi-final. It's going to be Astralis taking on Na'Vi, but not before we go to a break. Make sure you're here with us when we come back.
Quiz break is back, and it's now or never for the final 2 questions and the very last prize boost challenge. Anything to add, James?
No, bro.
Cool. Next question then. They all speak French, but who is not from France? Happy, Scream, or Shocks? Sacre bleu, James, as they say in France. I feel like this is such an easy question. If you are a proper CSGO fan, you'll get this right. If you're in the venue and you don't, just get out.
Wow. Harsh.
Talking about harsh, it's time for the next prize boost challenge. James, why did we accept to do these?
I'm still not quite sure, mate. It's a lot of them. I'm not with them.
All right, next time that we negotiate this, don't call me when I'm wasted. Time to get hammered.
This is going to be a lot of fun.
And so we are allowed to switch when someone's finished their bit. Hammer in hand.
Hammering brothers. Let's do it. Okay, help me with this one.
Oh, God, I was going to celebrate.
Go. Boom.
Yes! Yes, get nailed, man. Nailed your word, finally.
Now it's time for the final question of today. And we want to find out what happens next.
This decision by Glaive changes everything. It's A, it's A. He's off. He's made that choice. Had he returned to B, Stan would have found him, and now Stan seems to have sussed it.
What happens next? Glaive beats Stanislaw to the A site and wins the round. Stanislaw kills Glaive from Library. Glaive goes back to B site, but gets killed by Stanislaw. James, these video clip, what happens next? They stump me.
I love it though. Battle of the in-game leaders, mate.
Classic Counter-Strike.
Now, that's it. We're done for today. Thank you all of you guys for playing along with us and trying to win some prizes at home. Remember, put your answers in to esl.glhf.gg.
We'll see you here tomorrow. Don't you dare miss it. It's our final quiz break.